Middle Creek?
Where is the...
You're on.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the February 17th, 2026 meeting of the Town of Chatham Select Board. Please note this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, including the use of AI note-taking apps, please notify the chair. Seeing none. Pursuant to Governor Healy's March 28, 2025 signing of Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20, until June 30th, 2027, this meeting of the Chatham Select Board is being conducted in person and via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410, conference ID 203-386-491#, or join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. While this is a live broadcast and simulcast on Chatham TV, Xfinity Channel 1072, despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide real-time access. We will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. First order of business is to establish a quorum. Ms. Davis?
Present.
Mr. Dykens?
Present.
Mr. Metters?
Present.
Mr. Smith?
Present.
And the chair is present. The first order of business is that the board will go into executive session. This is an executive session, item Roman number 1, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21, parenthesis 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, parenthesis town manager, and that the chair declares that an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the town with a return to open session, I'm going to offer a motion. I move that the Select Board go into executive session under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21, parenthesis 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, parenthesis town manager, and that the chair declares that an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the town with a return to open session. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. We are going to go into executive session. We will return to open session when that is concluded. Okay, we are back in open session. And the next item of business is the approval of minutes of the meeting of February 3rd,
Motion
2026.
to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any corrections? I have one on page 7. In the second to last line of the final paragraph before the vote that's showing, this is the paragraph that begins the select board discuss timing. After the word raised, it says raised, comma, noting current practices are not fully aligned with the charter. I'd like to strike the word noting and substitute with one member asserting that. With one member asserting that current practices are not fully aligned with the charter. I don't think there was consensus that we were not fully aligned. I want to respect the fact that one member did bring that up. Yes, Jeff?
Just on the roll call from the finance committee.
Yeah.
To adjourn, it all says present. I think those were yes.
Yes, that's correct. Okay.
Minor, but
All right, anybody have any issues? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
aye.
And the chair votes aye, 5-0. Public announcements. I have one myself. I'm going to take out of order item 7D1. This is to fix salaries for elected officials. I'm going to take that right after item A, which is right after item B, which is the Finance Committee recommendations. We'll take it then. I want to make sure we have a full board present at that time. I think one of our members has to leave early. So with that, any other public announcements or agenda item requests from the board?
No, Mr. Chairman, I do have to leave at 8 o'clock this evening.
Okay. Any from the public? Seeing none. We'll move on. There's no public hearing tonight. We have a consent agenda on 3 items. To consider the acceptance of a memorial bench donation at Seaside Links Golf Course, to consider the acceptance of evergreen tree donation at the Chatham Fish Pier at Chatham Garden Club, to consider sales on town property fishing vessel FV Lily Jean fundraiser on February 26th at 702 Main Street, Chatham, the Community Center. I did ask a question which Kathy obtained some information on. The application for the Lily Jean fundraiser was submitted by an individual, but the proceeds of that fundraiser are going to a nonprofit organization, Gloucester Fishing Preservation Foundation, I think it's called.
Gloucester Community Preservation
Thank
Foundation.
you. So that was clarified.
Should we pull that item as a separate item, only because there's a time change, I think, also requested, so
We can, or we can just acknowledge the time
whatever's
change.
the cleanest.
And we'll just take a vote on all 3 items with that time change. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Matters?
Should we just note what the time change is for
Yes.
the public?
Yeah, what is the time change? Why don't you note it, Corey, because I've forgotten.
I believe it's an hour earlier with 4 o'clock close.
No,
and
it's 12 to 4
12 to 4,
instead of 12 to 3.
right, okay, 12 to 4.
30.
Right.
You're right, rather, yeah.
Right and wrong, okay.
Okay. So Corey, you were the next to vote.
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. Any public comments on the business agenda? You can comment now or you can comment later on, but you can't comment twice. I can't? Go ahead.
Brian Phillips, 372 Orleans Road. I'm not sure if this is funny or sad, but I always thought Kathleen Donovan was the assistant town manager. So congratulations on the recognition you deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Yes, there's one on the screen. Is that Elaine? Mm-hmm. Elaine Gibbs.
Yes, thank you. This is regarding item A on the the assistant town manager position.
Yes. Do you want to talk now, or did you want to talk during that agenda item? Because I will.
Since it's first, I can just talk now. I think the administrative staffing budget is hard to justify. To put it in perspective, Chatham has a full-time population of 6,500 and may go up to 30,000 at some point. California has 39.5 million, New York 20 million, Texas 31.7 million, Florida 23 million. The town manager is paid more than all but the New York governor. At 185,000 for this position, that's more than 37 governors, and I do believe that's exorbitant. This position is further insulating the town manager from the public and circumventing, in my view, town meeting. To do this by an administrative order rather than to bring it to town meeting, that would require 2/3 vote for funding, which is only 3 months away, I think is totally inappropriate. So I would hope that you vote against this and do it the proper way. This is worse than when we found the loophole where town meeting could reject something and then they could bring it back 3 months later if it passed on the ballot question. I think this is far worse. I think it's circumventing the process. It's totally unnecessary, and I hope you will postpone it or vote against it and bring it to town meeting so that people can look at it, hear the discussion and the justification, and then move forward that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine. Any other public comment on the business agenda at this time? Okay, seeing none. First item is to consider the town manager's administrative order number 6 filing regarding a reestablishment of the assistant town manager and appointment. This has been requested by select board, our select board clerk, Stuart Smith, town manager made the filing on February the 6th, I believe, and under the charter, an administrative order goes into place on the 30th day after filing unless the select board either votes to advance its effective date or votes to reject it, in which case it fails. I do want to say a couple of things about this. I'm going to turn to Mr. Smith because he requested this be brought forward. And then we can have some discussion at the select board, among the select board members, and then additional public comment. With respect to public comment, I'm going to ask that comment be limited to the reestablishment of the assistant town manager position, and to refrain from the subject of a promotion, which is a personnel matter, and that's really for the select board only. We do have a 3-minute limit, and while I tend to be fairly generous in allowing people to speak, I'm going to ask people to keep to that. And I am requesting that people avoid any comment on individual employees of the town in terms of any disparagement of any public employee. So I'll leave it at that. Stuart, you had asked that this be brought forward.
Yep. Yes, thank you, Dean. Maybe just to make things more clear, maybe I could ask Jill to explain the administrative order to us and the public so we kind of understand. I know she's got it in the memo, obviously, but not everybody, public reads that, so, Jill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so this evening, what you're considering is the administrative order number 6 to reestablish the position of assistant town manager. And my intent is to appoint the Director of Community Development, Katie Donovan, to that role. And the action's part of the FY 2027 budget review. And it came about for a number of years. I've been thinking about it, but the timing seemed to be right now as we look at the board's enhanced goals and objectives and the many initiatives that we're initiating that cross department. So I thought it's really important that with, in particular, Katie in her role as the most senior department head that we now have in the role, and the work that she's done brilliantly, starting with Chatham 365 and working on initiatives that have high community interest and really affect the community as a whole. We need to continue those type of initiatives, and I felt with the reestablishment of the assistant town manager would recognize her activities and role that she's been doing for quite some time. The other item is that the previous town manager had the assistant town manager role tied to the finance director, as well as the treasurer collector. I think we're pretty well set with finances, with it being my background as well, and that I find that some of the areas that I'm having some difficulty of rising to a level of priority that I think needs to be with the select board are those initiatives to carry out. Paid parking really isn't community development, but it is an initiative that is entailing the police department, IT, certainly with community development, but it's an initiative that for me provides some relief so that I can continue to focus on the day-to-day operations of a $50 million budget with 30-plus committees and boards, and working also for 5 members of the select board, and there's a lot going on. So I felt this would really help us achieve the goals that you desire.
Great. And if I might, is there a particular reason that maybe I'm missing that you chose the administrative order process in your administrative order? Because, well, is there a thought there?
There is. One of the reasons is that back in 2021, 2022, I presented a pretty ambitious reorganization at that time, with community services being joined with community development. And that, after that, we had also, or just prior to that, the Department of Natural Resources. So that was presented as an administrative order, and for continuity, so that someone can look back to see how this position came about. I felt it was important to file the administrative order so that the public, would know that there is a position of assistant town manager, and that it would receive the executive authority. Again, the town manager is accountable to the public and the select board. But for a continuity factor, I felt it was important to present it as an administrative order. And I cited the section of the charter in the administrative order as well, and I felt it was appropriate. And the only other thing I didn't say before is that the fiscal impact for the administrative order is about $3,900, and that there needs to be a budget adjustment. So I'm really happy that it was brought before the board tonight before you make your recommendations to the Finance Committee.
Great, thank you. I just had a few questions, some comments. It's not a big deal, but I'm not sure the administrative order was necessary because I don't know what departments you're merging, as an example, but it's not a big deal to me. So I am a little, see if I can find my notes here. I'm a little taken aback by the timing of the administrative order, because as you point out correctly, that the administrative order, when it's issued, the select board gets 30 days to reject it if they choose. Now, the board can do nothing, and then it automatically takes effect. Hence why I put it on the select board's agenda, because I think that that's the most transparent way to get these types of things vetted. And the order was issued on February 4th. Select board meeting was on February 3rd. So it's the day after the select board's meeting. So it burns up some time on that 30 days. I think it would have been, I think it would have been better to issue it the day before, perhaps on the 2nd. Clearly, this was on your mind, and we'll get into, the particulars, but I'm having difficulty with that. Related to this is the individual that we're talking about. Are they that you're merging a new position of assistant town manager with the director of community development? Are they in a union or their own contract?
They're under the personnel policies.
They're under so they don't have a contract. They're under the 30-year-old policies. So you mentioned in your memo that you're reestablishing the position of assistant town manager, and I understand the history. You cite it back to 2002. That history is not as straightforward as is alluded in this memo, because, I spent a lot of time going through warrants, past old administrative orders, and a lot of paperwork here. And there was no administrative order for this back in 2002 when this creation of the assistant town manager was supposed to have taken place. I don't disagree that it was proposed, but it was never implemented. And I think that's an important distinction. It never happened, and it didn't. My recollection is it hadn't been reborn until several years ago, and I think you brought it up to, but it was a very different position. You were, I think, attempting to make it a full-time position, and now you're proposing to make it a sort of a part-time position combined with a department head level position. So I just wanted to point out that back in 2002, so we get the history straight, that the finance director was never also the assistant town manager. That person acted in a acting capacity in the absence of the town manager, similar to Ms. Donovan, but it had a very, I just want to make sure everybody understood that.
Yeah, if I can speak to that. So
Yep.
Don Poyant had that position, and I reached out, and his title was Assistant Town Manager / Director or Finance Director. And I had trouble finding some documentation of it myself, but I saw some items in an article covered, I think it was the Chronicle, who, again, I wasn't here at the time, but there was something published to say that Mr. Poignant was the second in command, and he received the title. So there is a title there of Assistant Town Manager. It was held by Don Poignant. I don't know where it went, though. That was one thing I couldn't find. I don't know why the current or then Finance Director, the successor, how it went. But in looking back through files and looking at just, some searches too, I know he had the position. So and then I don't know if you want me to talk about the intent on the filing of it.
Yeah, sure.
So I intentionally did it on a Wednesday and happened to be ready at that Wednesday because it would provide at least 2 days to get it onto a select board agenda in advance versus if it was submitted on the Tuesday, it still wouldn't have been able to, someone could have acknowledged that they received it, but there was no action that could be taken because it would be too late to post the agenda. So my intent was to have 4 meetings, potentially for the select board to take action if they wanted to. And with that, by the time the select board had transmitted their budget to the finance committee on February 24th, I would have expected action to occur so that we could make the adjustment that's already in the budget to put the full salary within community development versus the town manager's office.
Sure. So, it was a long time ago. I get that. You have to searched newspapers, but the point is, there was never administrative order filed that I could find, anyway. And there was no appointment made for finance director, town manager. It was a proposal, but it never made it to print. It didn't happen. So I looked at the town reports. In the town report, the person then who held the position of finance director was identified clearly in the 4 town reports that I read around that time period as the finance director, not the assistant town manager. So this is, from my perspective and from the documentation I have, this is not a resurrection of an old proposal or an old action that actually took place. This is newer than that. I think that's important to point out. The other thing I'm having difficulty with is that in the memo, you mention that there's a number of other towns, if not most all of them, either have an assistant town manager or have a combination of some sort. And while that's correct, a number of those towns don't have key positions like we do here, one of which is, a couple of communities have assistant town managers, but there's no finance director. The town manager or the assistant plays that role to some, with some help with the accountant and what have you. So I think the comparisons, we have to compare apples to apples. And, some other key positions are not all other towns have a special projects administrator. I had to kind of look into that history a little bit to kind of understand how that all transpired. And so a lot of the duties in other towns that a projects administrator would do would be done by the assistant town manager. We have a communications, I'll call it director, if that's the right term, at Town Hall. And those many of those functions would be handled by a town manager or an assistant town manager type position. So I think I completely support having a acting town manager in the town manager's absence. I'm perfectly fine with who you have chosen, no problem with that. But to combine it with community development is problematic to me. Community development is a large department. It has, and we only seem to be adding to its responsibilities with affordable housing and what have you. So there's more direct reports than there was just a few years ago to community development. That position is important. The department is large, and I would prefer to see that person focused on all of those functions, which I can list, that are under community development presently. And it's one of your larger departments. So I don't have any trouble with the, with the numbers that you came to with the $5,000 stipend that currently exists. That's perfectly appropriate. And but if you dedicate that plus the $3,000, whatever, you come up with $9,000 to one person, it's gonna restrict your ability to maneuver, which we've done in the past, where one time when the town manager's absent, this department head would run the town manager position, and then it moved around. This is gonna tie your hands to a degree. So those are my comments. I think that, like I said, I think having an acting town manager is perfectly appropriate. The person you've chosen is perfectly appropriate with me. But I think it's vitally important that person focus their mission entirely on all of those functions under community development, and we go from there. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Corey?
I kind of just simplified, I understand where it's coming from, But my only reservation, I think Stuart did hit on this, and this is nothing to reflect on Katie's performance. She is a wonderful employee, but whoever is in the position of Director of Community Development has a lot of tasks on their hands. It's we seem to have a lot of projects. Staff is working quite diligently. I think they sometimes they work when they shouldn't work. I mean, we get email responses that we see CC'd on, and staff's responding on their off hours, on their vacations, and I personally think that you guys shouldn't be doing that. But anyway, the Director of Community Development has a lot on their plate, and to add assistant town manager responsibilities, I fear could be the detriment of the town and some of the projects being completed. So I just think the particular structure creates a little bit of concern for me. Nothing to do with the particular individuals, the complete faith in them. But we can only expect so much out of one person. And I think that's where the flaw comes into with this. And that's where I think the concern for me it stands. That we think we got to look at figuring it out, how to give our best resources to our staff. Because we have a lot of projects, and if you notice, they take time and a lot of patience and a lot of meetings. So I think just the reality is, I think this is a bit of a stretch to put on that one position. And that's just my thoughts.
Any other comments at the board? Shereen?
Yeah, I'm in support of the position because I think in just what you said, it supports, this position would support enhancing the town projects and some of the things that Jill had mentioned in the way of, sustainability, paid parking, some of the projects that we wanted to have a little more in-depth and have them move forward. So I'm fine with the executive order. I think the increase is nominal. I have full confidence that Jill is choosing somebody who can do this cross-departmental, sort of work with no problem, and step in when Jill is not available, or not available. She's always available, but I mean, if she's out, on vacation and other matters that she tends to. So I'm supportive.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'm supportive as well. I just read from the memo. The assistant town manager shall serve as the town manager's principal deputy and shall act as acting town manager during periods when the town manager is unavailable. The position will assist with the implementation of select board policy direction, coordination of cross-departmental initiatives, interdepartmental problem solving, and other duties as assigned by the town manager. I think Jill is attuned to not burdening her direct reports and her staff with unnecessary responsibilities, and she'll be very judicious in terms of how she uses Katie's talents as we go forward. So I think we've long argued, actually discussed here, the need for an assistant town manager. We're a $45 million complicated operation. Jill is available literally 24/7, but at times he needs some leveraging. So I am fully supportive of this, and I have no issue whatsoever with this coming via an administrative order. None whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the process question that was raised in the public comment earlier. This is what the charter says in section 5-1A, method of organization. The town departments. The organization of town government into operating departments for the provision of services and the administration of governments shall be the responsibility of the town manager. Subject only to the express prohibitions in the laws of the Commonwealth or the provisions of this charter, the town manager may, by administrative order, reorganize, consolidate, create, merge, divide, or abolish any town department or office in whole or in part. Establish such new town departments or offices as the town manager deems necessary or advisable, and prescribe the functions and the administrative procedures to be followed by all such departments or offices. So I think the creation of this, whether they did it right in 2002 or not, and knowing how things would have been done in this town in the past, I think the town manager can create this position of assistant town manager by administrative order consistent with the charter. It's been pointed out, of the 15 towns on Cape Cod, only Chatham only Chatham, has no assistant town manager or assistant town administrator. And I appreciate what Stuart said about the qualifications in some of these other communities in terms of the departmentalization. But our departmental structure was set up to deal with the services and demands that the public wants. I told the town manager 8 or 9 years ago that she should have an assistant town manager. She didn't put this idea in my head. I think she needed one in order to be able to provide the services and support that the Select Board requires, that our committees require, and that the public requires, and the staff requires. Her choice of whatever employee she chooses to put in that position is up to her. I certainly would very much endorse Katie in this position because I have worked with Katie extensively. She is the, among, I think, just 2 most senior department heads we have in town, and I know other department heads look to her for guidance and advice. And we're getting this position on the cheap for $3,900. So I fully support this, and I think myself we should just let it stand and go into effect on the 30th day. Those are my thoughts on it. I will now turn to any additional public comment in the audience, in person or online. Yes, sir. See, I am letting you talk twice.
Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to point out some inconsistencies in staff recommendations. I totally think you deserve a $5,000 raise. But it seems like kind of the way we've been treating like the yoga teachers and the, the garbage people, asking them to take a pay cut. It's not like you were asked to take a pay cut to do this job. So I think, we should bring back the yoga teachers to 10% and then do something for the garbage people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I'm sorry, there's Stephen Daniel. You're muted, Stephen.
I'm getting there. Stephen Daniel, Harding Lane. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Echoing to some degree your comments, I too have had conversations with the town manager over the last 4 or 5 years about my view that the town would benefit, she would benefit from an assistant town manager. All the literature that I'm familiar with on the management side and the way I ran the businesses that I was responsible for, 9, 10, 11 direct reports isn't viable. So I wholly support the position for whatever that's worth, and I'm a huge fan of Katie, like I imagine all of you guys are as well. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I don't see, yes, no, that's Stephen. I see none. I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any action the board wishes to take?
Well, are we going to take a vote?
You can offer a motion, yes. It's open.
Okay.
It's open to offer any motion you'd like.
Yeah, I think you noticed in my comments, I didn't argue against an assistant town manager position.
Yeah.
I don't agree with this move for the reasons I stated. Our ship is top-heavy. We have too many administrators, too many managers, and not enough people in the trench. And I think that's clear from our organizational chart and the 37 new positions we've created over 14 years. So I'm going to make a motion that this administrative order be indefinitely postponed.
Is there a second to that?
The second for conversation, definitely postpone. That means just tabling it for, just define, I believe I understand. Define what you're saying.
Maybe I shouldn't say indefinitely. I would just say postponed until there's time to work on with the town manager, have a better understanding of this, maybe a better scheme. Like I said, there's just, this department is way busy, and we have too many people at the top.
So the charter says that it goes into effect unless the select board shall, within the 30 days, vote to reject it or has earlier voted to affirm it. So, I mean, I think you can interpret that liberally to allow for an extension of time to review it, but that's just I guess I'll make that administrative observation, but I leave it up to you to offer the motion.
Yeah, I mean, that was my
Clarify
motion.
your
I didn't
motion.
want to out and out reject it. You know, I don't want to be that harsh. I'm just saying that it needs some more thoughtful study and comparison with the other communities on, because I think we're duplicating missions here unnecessarily.
So not to put words in your mouth, but your motion is to delay it pending further study? Is
Yeah,
that-
further study, maybe, you know, we can have consultations with the town manager. I haven't had the opportunity to speak to her about it,
Okay.
I think at all, or at any length.
Is there a second to that motion?
Thank you.
Well, I second it for discussion. But I wanted to have the clarification on indefinite postponement, which means something completely different from my, experience on the board.
I was copying town meeting.
So we're no longer, the motion is no longer indefinite postponement, but delay pending further study.
That I think is reasonable. So yes, my second stands for that clarification.
Okay, is there any debate on that motion? Discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
No.
Mr. Dykens?
No.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes no. So the administrative order will stand unless there are any other motions?
No.
Okay, thank you. So that's 2-3. Next item is the Finance Committee preliminary FY 2027 budget recommendations. I know the chairman is online, but the vice chair is here. Mr. Andy Young is going to present the recommendations of the Finance Committee per our charter. Andy, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Andy Young, member of the Finance Committee. I am standing in for our chairperson, Stephen Daniel, who I believe is still online.
Yes.
In any event, we've distributed to you, I believe, our perspective on the proposed fiscal year 27 budget. And I'm here to read it to you, if you would like, or read it to the public, which might be more appropriate. In the back, as a matter of background, in October of 2025, the Massachusetts Municipal Association issued a report entitled "A Perfect Storm: Cities and Towns Face Historic Fiscal Pressures." Sluggish state aid and revenues and restrictions on revenue generation imposed by state law are two of the reasons municipal budgets face particular strain at present. Additionally, inflation and the disappearance of COVID-related federal aid has further compounded budgeting challenges for cities and states and towns across the state. Governor Healy's fiscal year 2027 budget message explicitly notes that federal policy changes, including tariffs, immigration enforcement changes, and cuts to research and education funding, create headwinds for the Massachusetts economy and state revenue. If state aid is reduced, Cape Cod towns like Chatham, which granted receive minimal state aid relative to their total budget, would feel effects primarily through reduced education circuit breaker reimbursements or regional school district pressures. With that in mind, the average Massachusetts municipality has basically seen no change in state education aid over the past 20-plus years. It's against this background of uncertainty that we consider the proposed fiscal year 27 budget. Our initial perspective on it, overall, we find it to be a thoughtful and intentional budget, while noting that past decisions, of course, have led us to fewer choices at present. Chatham continues to benefit tremendously from its AAA bond rating, emblematic of our prudent fiscal management, robust economy, and strong controls. While Chatham has one of the lowest effective tax rates in the state, we've been the beneficiaries of a significant growth in post-COVID property valuations, something that is not generally considered sustainable at the same rate. At the same time, expenses have increasingly been growing at a multiple of the post-COVID valuation growth rate. Scheduled salaries and benefits represent approximately 71% of the operating budget, excluding debt and education. Existing union contracts expire June 30th, 2027, likely adding additional pressure to the town's financial picture going forward. Inflationary impacts on employee benefits, insurance charges, energy, and ordinary operating expenses have been considerable. While inflation has moderated slightly over the last several months, it's important to recognize that interest rates, which are also reflective of rates of inflation, tend to trade in 40-year timeframes, the last deflationary cycle really ending in 2022, just 3 years ago. We're committed to a significant array of large capital projects at present: 90 Bridge Street, the transfer station, Center for Active Living, wastewater infrastructure, repairs to the Monomoy Regional School District Middle School, and proposed maintenance of one of the water stand pipes, stressing resources and staff. One big thing, Chatham Elementary School. Chatham assumed financial responsibility for the elementary school 3 years ago at an initial cost of $777,000. Since then, that number has grown by 199% over 4 years. Fiscal year 25 was $1,921,000. Fiscal year 26, $2,215,000. Fiscal year 27 is projected to be $2,324,000. We understand that 1% of the short-term rental tax is directed to funding this cost, but in fiscal year 26, that amounted to $995,000 and change. So we have to wonder for how long is this sustainable given the enrollment statistics. Another big thing, while not strictly a budget matter, it certainly is tangential to the topic. The finance, which has to do with the residential tax exemption. The Finance Committee will be unanimously proposing an article at town meeting to offer the opinion of town meeting to defer implementation of the RTE for a year or so. The further study can be conducted to ascertain if there is a more targeted means of addressing the specific concerns of the Select Board relative to retention of residents. And we have appointed 5 members of the committee to a working group to study the issue and develop recommendations for consideration. And the level of, well, almost existential questions. Can we continue to afford providing level services, given the effects of inflation and the highly structured nature of most of our cost obligations? How do we engage with our partner in the Monomoy Regional School District, which has already reached the extent of its levy limit and is seeking to reduce or assign to us the budget our educators believe is necessary to appropriately prepare our children for the future? While the Finance Committee has been enthusiastic supporters for enhanced social spending, particularly to ease pressures on young families or to attract and retain young families, it's increasingly clear we have built something of a cost trap for ourselves. How do we manage the growth of these programs going forward, considering all other local budget pressures? Going forward, how do we think about programs which have really de facto become annual appropriations, such as OPEB, dredging, and the Chamber of Commerce? There's some other smaller things that we'd like to comment on. The snow and ice budget needs to be reevaluated. We have a little bit of history here. In fiscal year 25, the budget was $95,000. The actual expenditure was $153,000. The FY26 budget was $95,000. Oddly enough. FY26, the expenditure to date is $239,000, not too surprising. But the proposed amount for fiscal year 27 is $95,000. Charter versus bylaws. There appears to be some conflict or differences between the charter and our bylaws around the budget process, mostly having to do with timing, that we'd like to see addressed. We also need to set periodicity, review of town service pricing with a goal of 100% fixed cost recovery through users. Disseminate information regarding results to date of the sewer project. Hookup data, any material data regarding water quality as a result of the project. The Kroll Road intersection keeps raising its ugly head. To the best of our knowledge, that has not been withdrawn. Is there any evidence that water use restrictions are effective? Would pricing the resource correctly be more effective? And that concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I have some responsive comments, but I was going to offer Stephen an opportunity to say something if he would like.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you, Andy. The reason I asked Andy to present the report this year is because I've had the flu for the last 12 days. So I think we had this conversation in the Finance Committee meeting this afternoon, and the input I received from the members of the committee has been tonally different than it's been historically. There's sort of an increasing sense of constraint, of kind of budgetary inflexibility, and I mean, I guess the report, endeavored to speak to that, whether it's cost pressures within the schools, and I think we can all expect that Harwich is going to come back and endeavor again. They made it very clear they're going to endeavor to try to renegotiate the regional agreement again. The impact of inflationary cost pressures. And it just feels as though things are a little tighter. I think we're confident in 2027, but when the union contracts, the 3 union contracts get renegotiated in the summer of next year, what are going to be the prospective impacts of that? So it's in the, 11 or 12 years that I've been on the Finance Committee, I've never kind of read this sense of concern that I'm getting from the committee, and hopefully that was well reflected in the talking points that Andy presented.
Thank you. Well, let me just tick off a few points, and then I'll turn to other board members. Because you mentioned the Harwich interest in having Chatham pay more and reopening the formula. I don't really understand what their beef is. 77% of the students approximately in the Monomoy Regional School District come from Harwich. And Harwich is, under the formula, Harwich is paying 74% of the bill. So what's unfair about that? I will mention with respect to the sewer project, we have been getting updates. We have detailed updates on the progress of the connections, and including more recently, well, I guess it was with respect to the Muddy River project. We had some information about the effectiveness of the change there. That really wasn't related to the sewer, but I know that Greg Berman has talked with us about, and Rob Faley, working on getting that kind of data. So you're correct to bring it up. But I did really want to mention that we've had some detailed reports on the progress of connections, the number of hookups. That's been presented to us as well as to the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee. With respect to the elementary school, we did set up this special account, as you point out, Andy, with 1% of the 2% increase in the rental tax that is assigned to the elementary school, and another 1% for attainable housing in a special account. And that account is now approximately $3 million, I think. Carrie, is that correct? $3 million, and that's available to address some of the needs, whether we're going to have to put a new roof on that building and so forth. Now, whether there'll be enough in there over time to account for the type of maintenance expenditures that, we can anticipate, we don't know, but it's something. It's like what we did with OPEB when we set aside not just $150,000 a year, but 50% of the former surtax for the
Land bank.
land bank, thank you, which went out of existence. We should take a look at things. We have an item on the agenda tonight that is being suggested might cost in excess of $300,000. It's a worthwhile item, but we need to take a look at it. We need to take a look at anything that comes before us. We're spending a lot of money to bring the boathouse here. We don't own the boat, but we have the boathouse coming in here. We let the boat go to Orleans. It'll never come back. They're building their own boathouse. So we can all jump and support these things, and then 5 or 10 years later look back and say, well, maybe things are a little bleaker than we thought. I want to say one thing about alignment between the Charter and the Finance Committee, and I really have only started thinking about this after 10 years in this position. I suspect Chatham is rather unique among all the 351 cities and towns, where the Finance Committee, which is appointed by the moderator and not the Select Board, gives a report on the budget to the executive of the town. In other communities, the Finance Committee gives the report and recommendations to the legislative body, to town meeting. Now, I think this is a legacy of the days when the Finance Committee set the budget. And there's some good about that because it avoids confrontation between the Finance Committee and the town executive, which we are. But at the same time, it presents issues, and Stuart has brought these up in the Charter on the timing of the approvals that are needed to get things on the warrant and recommended. So I think at some point, I applaud the Finance Committee for recommending that this be looked at. But I hope it'll be, when we do look at this, I think the Charter Committee has to be appointed in 2030. I hope that who's ever on that committee looks at this more globally and just isn't stuck in the past. And I don't know what the solution is, but it is an interesting observation, at least to me. So at the same time, let me conclude by saying I served on the Finance Committee. I love the Finance Committee. I can't say that it's my favorite committee because I have other committees that I have allegiance to, but I think people know where I stand with respect to the Finance Committee, and I always defend their independence because they don't report to us. And with that, I'm going to open it up to further comment from the board. Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make just a very couple simple statements. First of all, Andy, thank you very much for your report. Very much appreciate the work of the Finance Committee and the input you guys put in. I just want to hit on three things. The regional agreement, it's going to be something we're going to have to navigate. It's not something that is going to just magically disappear. We have a lot of conversations. We've had conversations. We got to continue our conversations, and I think we got to find some common ground on a lot of it. I mean, obviously, we're out for the students. We're supporting the outcome of all the individuals who go through the school system, and we support the teachers and staff. But the percentages are going to be a big discussion. Sewering, obviously, another big topic. I think we're going to have to look at other conversations in that. Most of us attended the Cape and Island Selectmen Council on Friday, and the guest speaker's conversation topic was sewering and IA systems and other alternative technologies. So I think there's going to be another layer of that conversation that we got to introduce to see what our long-term goals are and how we achieve them, and with responsible expenses. So that's something that's going to be, I think, coming in the short term. And the final thing is, I want to talk about Kroll Road before I'm off this board. I have my position on it. Hasn't budged much. So yes, I do hope we talk about Kroll Road at some point soon.
I'm with you on that one, Corey, as you know. Who's next?
I'll go.
Jeff?
Yeah, once again, thankful, very thankful for your thoughtful approach. Andy, thanks for that. Stephen, your whole committee. I see Barbara's here. Really appreciative of your input. I'm not as concerned, the charter gets back in swing for review, I think in 5 years or 4 or 5 years. I'm not as concerned with the process that we've enjoyed. I've been here, this is my 13th year that I've enjoyed along the way every single year. And I do think that the Finance Committee's input before we finalize the budget is extremely important. I think that has been happening. Maybe not exactly in sync with every article that we consider for either placing on the warrant and for recommendation, but it hasn't really been all that untoward. In fact, I think our relationship with our Finance Committee is an excellent one. And I also think that the Finance Committee, in its wisdom, does speak to the legislative body. They have a beautiful wrap-up on your view on the budget and every single warrant that I think is read religiously by those that are interested in the Finance Committee's approach. And again, you vote on every single article, and the town certainly knows exactly where the Finance Committee stands on every article. So I'm fairly, not ambivalent, I'm fairly supportive of the process that we've had. And if we need to, slow down our consideration, I think that would be an impediment to our considering the budget, which we like to do. We like to look at the budget. We have all the departments that are presented. In terms of the schools, you guys know I've been intimately involved for years with the schools, and way back when in December of 11 when we voted to regionalize by a scant 61 votes. And the operating agreement, frankly, has stood the test of time over those intervening years. And we had one session a year and a half or so ago with Harwich, and I think the operating agreement is going to be tough for our town to revisit and reconsider. I don't think it was crafted in unfairness. I think it was crafted in the spirit of partnership and doing based on the foundation of enrollment, 3-year rolling enrollment. I don't know. At the time, we had a consultant, and he was a wonderful consultant. He did that across the state and did it many times, consulted to regions many times, and that's what folks were doing. And hear from Harwich now that they're considering valuation approach. They're considering Chatham's wealth to be an issue, and they want to bake our valuations into the formula, and that's going to demand some art. That's going to be artful when they get to that point, trying to bake valuation assessments into formulas. We are responsible for debt, and now we're responsible for the elementary school, and I'm glad you brought it up. Goodness gracious, we need more kids in this town, and my support of affordable housing has been very much predicated on, and I know it's late to the game, and it's going to take time. It's going to take time to get, to get shovels in the ground and get folks here and living here and having kids here, but goodness, we need that. So over time, I think hopefully, the hope is, and again, we're maybe too late to the game, but hopefully we'll get young people here and fill our elementary school with kids. That being said, if it doesn't happen, I think it's not untoward to think about other options. I know it's anathema, I know it's blasphemy, but if we continue to have an enrollment that's dwindling, then obviously the town fathers at the time will have to really think long and hard about what to do with the elementary school. It would be another asset in town, but don't get me wrong, please. I love the elementary school. I want an elementary school. It's just the facts of enrollment are going to dictate kind of where we head with that stuff. Love the fact you brought up water. I am extremely comfortable in my role as a select board member with our approach to water. Been very thoughtful. It's difficult to say that our restrictions have helped, but I think they have. And I think we need to do some kind of utilization regression analysis based on how many wells we're feeding us each day, blah, blah, blah. But the data we get is excellent. So hopefully if you guys, obviously we'll share it with the world, but the data we get out of our department is just superb. And we have used less water over the years. The capital for the tower, for our water tower is something that we just got to do. Wasn't even a hard decision for this member of the board. We don't take care of that, we're brain dead, and we're late to the game there. So if I were to prioritize any of our capital projects, that certainly rises to the top in my pea brain. As Dean noted, again, we do have some dollars sort of squirreled away for the elementary school in particular. So I would look forward to not overburdening budgets going forward other than the use of those monies should we have to replace the roof, which I think we will, and there may be boiler considerations as well. It's just, with any kind of question mark over the facility, it's kind of difficult to expend that kind of money. So again, another conversation we'll have to have there. Inflation's inflation. We get the notion of it can't be, you can't do everything all the time, all at once. Can't spend all the money, but those capital projects that rear their ugly heads, and I'm talking about Riders Cove, and I'm talking about Barnhill Landing in particular, and the Fish Pier in years past, they're very difficult items to just gloss over and say, oh, we'll put that off for a year or two. We can't. We've got to invest in our infrastructure, and we're challenged with rising sea level and more storms, et cetera, but we are a community hard and fast by the sea, and this defines what we are and who we are. So I, for one, think those capital investments are also no-brainers. And we batted around the darn Council on Aging, God love them forever, and I think we've finally come up with a plan that I think will pass town meeting due to some of your good work and the committee's good work. So hopefully we'll get that by town meeting. And your focus on the residential tax exemption is welcomed. As you know, I voted against it for years and have changed my vote this year for a host of reasons, and I'll be more articulate about those reasons going forward. But if you guys can come up with a more focused initiative that makes sense, then I'm certainly going to bend a good ear towards it. Okay, those are my comments. I really always appreciate your insights, your dedication. I was on the Finance Committee way back when in the mid-'80s, and you go line item by line item, and you know this town financially better than anybody, perhaps. So I really do appreciate your input, and I thank you for your patience this evening. Thanks.
Shereen.
Stephen and Barbara, Andy, appreciate your presence today and the good work that you've been doing. We don't lose sight over you guys looking at a lot of this. I was really, I really want to emphasize we understand the way the world is running right now and how things are and the uncertainties. We know that those things are going to impact small communities, municipalities, and the people that live there. One of the things I do not want to lose sight of is our tie into the whole social spending aspect of trying to keep the community intact and having, not just attracting young people, but, keeping locals in the community. One of the things that it's all tied into, like the affordable housing, well, it's going to, as Jeff said, it's going to take time to get people here. It might build up the school system and enhance, some of the more community-based sort of like living styles that we grew up with. On the agenda coming up are two important ones that I think I've had conversations with the finance chair a number of times. Number one is some of the deed restriction concepts that we had batted around a few times being really an important factor to look at. These are all supporting locals. These cost money. Maybe we find ways to fund these in a different way if we do decide to go in that direction, as well as a leasing program for locals, for homeowners to lease to locals. All these kind of things can help enhance our sustainability as a community, and I don't want the Finance Committee to lose sight that those are the important factors of why we are Chatham and why we want to keep Chatham, or enhance the quality of life in Chatham. So, thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Stuart.
Sure. I didn't mean to upset the apple cart when I brought the charter issue forward on the vote, but well, maybe I did. I think it's important that the Select Board hear from the Finance Committee prior to our taking a vote, as it states so in the charter. I don't think there's anything foreign about that. I don't think there's anything archaic about that. Maybe, or not maybe, I do believe that the bylaws need to be adjusted, and you don't have to wait till 2030. If you want to change the charter, you can do it more quickly. Thank you. Oh, one other thing, Andy, specifically. You had commented, but I think I missed it on your folks' philosophy on the fees covering expenses. What?
I guess, I don't know, Stephen, I'll be happy to answer. Our observation has been essentially that the town has been very reluctant to revisit fee schedules for recoveries from users. And that, perhaps one way to approach it is that every time you go back and take a look, you then set your next time of review. So set it up, whatever it is, every year, every 3 years, 5 years, to try to make sure we get closer to the goal of 100% recovery of whatever that cost is. It's a difficult, we certainly understand and acknowledge that's difficult to do. But otherwise, it kind of gets, the idea of fee review gets buried. It's too easy. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
I would just add, there's no sense of intentionality. But we did learn recently that the community development fees had not been updated for 18 years. So we get that. I think we also understand that 100% kind of fare box recovery, as it's been called, it's highly aspirational. But we do think that establishing goals and timelines, that this, and it needs to be, it should be rolling, right? Not every fee structure needs to be reviewed all at once. So maybe the transfer station and the water rates and beach stickers are 1 year, and landing fees and, are a different year. But coming up with a cycle of whatever it is, 2, 3, 4 years, and codifying that, we think would be prudent and appropriate.
Sure, and I think you'll see when the Economic Development Committee comes forward with some of their thoughts on the transfer station fees, they're kind of at a similar philosophy, although different departments charge different fees, and some are more capable than others on recovering expenses, but that sort of philosophy is coming around, I think. When I first was elected here, I did ask for, if we had a philosophy or management scheme on when we raise fees, when we don't, and I think that's a work in progress. Thank you.
Agreed. And we would certainly support those efforts.
Thanks.
Thank you. With respect to the trash hauling fees, we're going to have a public hearing on the 3rd of March. There'll be a recommendation from our DPW director. I think we're going to talk about phasing in achievement of 100% recovery on that, and but we'll entertain that on the 3rd. I did want to say, with respect to the charter, I'm not proposing that we chuck out the current reporting obligations. I just think in 2030, and I don't plan on being on this board in 2030, but I hope whoever's on the Charter Review Committee at that time we'll take a look at things more contemporaneously and see if that's the best system. As I say, there's two sides to the coin. One is, what is the role of the Finance Committee? Are they part of the executive of the town, or are they part of the legislative branch of the town? There's sort of a hybrid in my mind. And I think the open communication we've had, the budget summit, we've had, 13 of them, 14, I've been in every one of them, I think really helps when we have a collaborative effort on the preparation of a budget that is submitted to town meeting. And we can differ most of the time. Our recommendations to town meeting are the same on the various articles, and certainly on the operating and capital budgets, they've been the same for a number of years. So I just really wanted to make that point. But
If I can just jump in for a quick second.
Yeah.
To be clear, what we were endeavoring to do, or I guess I was, since I was holding the pen, was to be responsive to Stuart's observation that there's a mismatch
Yes.
in the calendar. I think we like what we do, and we like the collaborative nature of it. We think it's productive and beneficial to the town.
Yeah.
But the observation was directly related to truing up the observation Stuart made about kind of the calendar mismatch.
No, I appreciate that very much. And unless there are any comments from the public, don't see any. I thank the Finance Committee Chair and Vice Chair, and Barbara Madison is here as well. I don't see any other members of the Finance Committee present. Am I missing somebody? No. For
Thank you.
the excellent work you all do, and as I said earlier, I know what it's like because I was on it, and I enjoyed it very much. You got to play the role of selectman without having to run for the office. You're a former selectman, though, so you know that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Stephen. So I want to move up, as I said, the item on fixed salaries, elected officials. This is continued from last week when the proposed stipends were presented for our consideration, and we didn't have a full board. And with that in mind, I'm going to ask that we again invoke the rule of necessity because we all are conflicted here. And under the Conflict of Interest Law, Chapter 268A, we each have to declare our interest and then take a vote. So I will start and say I have an interest in what I'm paid as a stipend as for being an elected member of the Select Board. Jeff?
As do I.
Stewart?
As do I.
Shireen?
As do I.
And Corey?
As do I.
All right, is there a motion to adopt the rule of necessity?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. Now we'll get to the content of this. I proposed an increase, which I think is fairly modest, first in the moderator's stipend from $1,200 to $1,500. For the individual members of the Select Board, from $4,000 to $6,000. And for the chair, an extra instead of $1,000 to $1,500. I'm not going to benefit from that because I don't expect to be chair after May, and no, you're not going to force it on me. And this would go into effect on July 1 for the beginning of the next fiscal year. And the reason I proposed it is because it reflects what I feel is the time commitment that we are all putting into these positions. And I think it is multiplied. I served as chair 8 years ago. I think it is multiplied at least 3 times. So that's it, and I propose we send it to town meeting. The Finance Committee will make a recommendation. I think they're considering it on Thursday. I know they had some discussion of it today. And let town meeting decide. They can default back to the existing. They can decide to vote to pay no stipends. Corey?
No, I was going to say, I support the mechanical, process we're putting forward. Because we talked a little bit about dual articles last time we discussed this. Basically, town meeting has the opportunity, when you set a dollar amount, you cannot go higher at town meeting, but you can lower it at town meeting. So they have the discretion to either maintain what is presented in the article or lower the amount at their discretion. So the mechanics are there. There's option at town meeting floor to take whatever position the voters want to. So I understand the mechanics of putting one article together as drafted. So my previous conversations about having dual articles is negated, so I'm fine with that.
Before I call anyone, I see Carrie, our Finance Director. Did you want to report on the Finance Committee's discussion today? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carrie Mazzarolo, Director of Finance. The Finance Committee discussed this article today, and they recommended doing one article, because I know that you guys discussed having 2, but I thought it was going to be too confusing for the taxpayers to see 2 different articles. So they did recommend having one article. They were recommending the existing schedule. They felt that this should have been seen sooner, and because they already voted on the original article. It's not reflecting on anybody's work, as they understand that the Select Board does a ton of work, and they just felt like it should have been mentioned sooner.
Was there a vote taken?
Yes, it was recommending the existing schedule of 6-0. So 6 approved the original schedule and 2 opposed it.
Thank you. Any further discussion at the board? Stuart?
So when we chatted about this earlier, and maybe I'm misreading this, but we talked about two things. One was your proposal, and I mentioned that maybe it would be better to have it take effect with new members who are elected, and that way there's no, misconception of, bad things happening. I just thought that would dissuade that argument. I think then Corey suggested 2 articles to move forward. I don't know whether we voted on anything.
No, we
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
take any votes
And-
last time.
Yep. I think Corey's suggestion basically accomplishes, I think, to some degree what I was trying to do. At least it gives the voters a more clear option. But I don't know if, if we talked at all about, at any depth about, for new members who were elected.
Yeah, I mean, Corey, Stephen, I'll call on you in a sec. Corey, I think, just sort of withdrew the idea of submitting 2 articles.
My bringing forth the idea of 2 articles is, I don't want to push this one way or another. It sounds like a broken record. We do not do this with a stipend. It is greatly appreciated, but we don't do this with a stipend. And the voters at the end of the day are going to decide yay or nay, where they stand on this dollar amount. Are they comfortable with the existing dollar amount? They want a higher dollar amount. So I was thinking of having one with the current dollar amount and another article with the higher dollar amount, which, as Carrie mentioned, could be a little confusing. An article at town meeting, when it has a dollar amount, cannot be raised at town meeting floor, but it can be lowered at town meeting floor. So one article would be put forward with a higher dollar amount. If the voters disagree with that, they could lower it. They could lower it to anything they wanted to. They could lower it to
Zero.
Zero. So there's a risk here. But mechanically, having the one article with the voters understanding if they chose not to support that higher amount, they could lower it to whatever threshold they so choose at town meeting floor, was a cleaner process-wise. Stuart?
I know you brought this forward, Dean, but you and I had chatted about this, and so it wasn't, I was intending on bringing it forward anyway, but really, I targeted the new members who were elected to office in order to entice some maybe younger folks to the board, and I wasn't only thinking this board, but maybe in the future talking about other more regulatory boards, to get the younger folks and families involved in the process. They may have to give up something, and maybe that's a second job. This doesn't cover that, but if and I think the people that I spoke with were completely unaware that they could get health insurance also. That's an important thing for people trying to live in this town. And so those were my 2 motivations, and that's where I was.
Yeah, I think that you can still have that incentive without discriminating among the 5 board members by just allotting the increase to the newly elected people. I think I said last week, I'm not sure that's even, and I haven't researched it, whether you can legally do that. But I can tell you that having served on the board for now 11 years, and I'm going to be sitting next to somebody that's going to get a larger stipend than I, who just got elected, I find that a little
Yeah,
crazy.
it's not the greatest way. Just understand my 2 other motivations.
I do.
And if we're not doing it for the stipends, which I don't think we are,
No, none of
well
us.
then, no harm, no foul, right? We don't
I hear you.
care if the next person is.
Stephen, you had your hand up. And you're frozen.
Thanks, Steve.
Oh.
No, I'm not frozen. I shouldn't be frozen.
You're not now.
Well, we would happily accept a raise for members of the Finance Committee. There were really 2 elements that Carrie didn't mention. One is, I guess there was a little concern that I expressed, and I saw some heads nodding about the perspective optics of a 50% increase. And whether $1,000 or $1,250 to kind of get the plane in the air might be helpful, potentially more palatable for town meeting. The other is this too falls into our thinking around periodicity, right? Should there be an annual COLA that gets applied to your salaries and your disbursements? Should it be every 2 years, every 3 years, those numbers are reviewed? So we would throw that into the periodicity basket, for lack of a better term. I just want to throw those two things out there.
Thank you very much. Okay. I don't see any other public comment. Yes, sir.
Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. I'm running for selectman, so I don't know if there's conflict of interest here, but this is a full 60-hour-week job, tons of reading, tons of meetings, and I put a little thought into this. I think it should be $10,000 a year, $200 a week. I think it should be enough money to cover gas, and you guys got to do a lot of like coffee meetings, lunch meetings and stuff like that. So I think that's kind of, what it should cover, especially if you keep it, in Chatham to, stimulate the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had originally thought of 10,000, to be honest with you, but I thought I was concerned about the optics as well, although I should say, if we made our decisions based on optics, nothing would get done in this town.
Mr. Chair, I just want to.
Ms. Davis.
I'm fine with moving this forward, and, and I'll make a motion after this, but I do want to just reiterate that it's not just coffee meetings and lunch meetings. It's representing, several different liaison to boards and constituent services and regional meetings and a number of other things. This is a lot of commitment, but it also is based on what kind of commitment you yourself as an individual select board member would like to make. So some people might just do this meeting and then be fine with their liaison. Others are more engaging. So it's really hard to tell what kind of, you can't put a dollar value on this, obviously. So I just wanted to put that, say that in respect to the good work that this board has done and is doing and will continue to do. So I'm going to move that the town vote to fix the salaries of the elected town officers in accordance with the positions and the amounts in this article.
As
Oh,
proposed.
as
You wanna vote-
proposed in the article, sorry.
Do you want to vote to place first?
Oh, yeah, I'll
Motion
vote to,
place.
motion to place the article, fixed salaries and elected officials.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? This is to place it on the warrant. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Is there a motion to recommend?
Motion to recommend?
Second.
Moved and seconded to recommend. Is any discussion? Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Very good. Thank you. Next item on the agenda. You can tell that to the Finance Committee. On Thursday, they're just going to take this up. Thank you. And Stephen is listening too. We're going to have FY 2027 budget review for the Community Services Department, which deals with the Council on Aging, Recreation and Beaches, and Human Services. And then there is a Childcare voucher program article with a recommendation to vote in place and recommend. I'll call on our Finance Director, Carrie Mazzaro.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Tonight, we're going to be going over the FY 2027 operating for Community Services, which includes Recreation and Beaches. Their budget is presented at $3.4 million, a increase of 6.9% or $222,000 over the current fiscal year. I won't go through every single line item, but there's also a capital item on here for $27,500 that will be discussed for Recreation and Beaches for the rehab of Depot Street tennis courts. And like you mentioned, there will be an article on the childcare voucher in the amount of $200,000. And we have Leah Lacrosse, the Director of Community Services here, and the Deputy Director of Recreation, Amy Howell, to go over the budget for you.
Welcome,
Good
Leah.
evening, good evening, everybody. Thank you. Leah Lacrosse, Director of Community Services. I think we're going to start with the Council on Aging or in the Center for Active Living, and then I'll turn it over to Amy. So we experienced some growth this year. This year we had, for the department, total unduplicated participants, there were 1,441, or 22% of Chatham's year-round population. The 6,607 hasn't been updated in a couple of years because that's the census number, but that's what we know it as right now. The total number of active outreach clients is 518, which is up 241 individuals from last year. The total number of behavioral health calls is 954. We don't have a lot to compare it to. As you know, Diane is new in her position, but it certainly outlines that there is a need for these services. The units of attendance, which means that the 1,441 people signed in for programs or services 10,866 times. As you can see, that's a big jump from last year, over 6,300 more than last year. We also grew our transportation programs, 148 unduplicated transportation participants, 33 more than last year. Rides and grocery deliveries, 3,924 for last year, 466 more than the year before. And that was again quite a considerable jump. As people learn more about our services, they're utilizing them, which is exactly what we want them to do. So for FY27, we're proposing $723,687 in salaries for a difference of a little over $136,000. Expenses went up. We are proposing $3,785. That's more to do, the cost of postage has gone up. We do have more subscribers to our newsletter. The cost of office supplies, and with more staff, we have more office supplies that we need, for a total of difference of $139,917.53. Human Services, their FY27, there were 300, the Human Services Committee recommended $346,550 in human service grants. That was a difference of $18,000. The biggest difference in that is there were people that didn't apply last year who did regular applicants, such as the Independence House didn't apply last year, but they did apply this year. And plus, we had an addition of a new applicant this year. And the new childcare voucher amount, the Human Services Committee is requesting an amount of $200,000 this year, which is a $25,000 increase, but the demand is there. As Amy could tell you more in her presentation, that those funds are utilized by the families that we do have, and they are a huge help to the families in our town. Capital requests, we have none this year, so I'm happy to report that. And then,
Before you go into recreation and
Yes.
visitors, can I just ask a question about
certainly,
well, this is the freestanding article on the childcare voucher program for, what is it, 200,000?
yes.
I've been given to understand that the original request from Monomoy was 25,000 more than that?
That's different. So if I go back, that would have raised the FY27 number, an additional 25,000. That's separate from the child care voucher program. Monomoy Community Services just manages our child care voucher.
Okay.
But as a grantee, they requested an additional $25,000 more.
On top of what?
On top of, let's see if I have the number with me here. I did have it with me. Their usual, they have asked for the same amount for the last few years. The reason, the additional 25,000, no one, I don't think anyone from the Human Services.
I think it was like 165.
That's right, thank you. 165 is their normal. They asked for a one-time addition of 25,000. The reason the Human Services Committee voted not to recommend it is because it wasn't going towards direct services. It was to put in their bank account in case construction ran over. And that was the reason they listed for the one-time increase.
Okay.
So the Human Services, where it wasn't going to be used towards direct services, felt that they shouldn't recommend funding for it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions before I turn it over to Amy?
I had a question about salaries. Can you go back to the?
Certainly.
I had a question about salaries, Leah. Just go back to the,
Yes.
yeah, the $136,000 increase, or is that all contractual? What's up with that?
So the 136,000 is, well, we have the addition of the day program, the Riders Cove Respite. We've just turned 1 on that program, which is great. But we have the director's salary, the aide's salary. We have 7 full-time employees. So yes, that's contractual.
You have 7 full-time employees in that program itself?
No, not in that program. We the CFAL has 7 full-time employees. We now have 5 part-time drivers because of the increase in the transportation demand, and we have 2 part-time aides for the day program.
So you have, in the day program, you have 1 full-time person and 2 part-time aides?
Correct. Yes, both of the aides work 16 hours per week.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. It just looked like a large increase. Thank you.
Certainly.
Yes, Shereen.
Leah, Council on Aging, do you track in-kind services or donations like food donations and things like that? Is that considered part of your budget at all?
It is not.
But it is part of your operating?
Yes.
So is there a way to reflect that in your operation, going forward? If it could be noted, I think it would be helpful for folks to understand that there's a lot of volunteering and maybe not enough, but it's something that helps support the demand on the community has on the Council on Aging.
Yes, and I think that's a great suggestion. And we do track our volunteer hours, and recently our volunteer coordinator has been tracking the translation and how many dollars those hours translate to. So I can forward that to the committee.
Yeah, I think it would be important that it's available for anybody that asks at town meeting, or even be noted at town meeting when.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Some of the contributions, like in food, come from the Friends of the Council on Aging. Is that not correct? They underwrite the cost of some of those programs.
So the Friends of the Council on Aging pays for the majority of our programs, our enrichment programs, our fitness programs, wellness programs. They finance nearly 100% of that. They don't finance services, our outreach, that sort of thing.
How about what I was getting at is like the Christmas and Thanksgiving food contributions, that come from the Friends?
That comes from the Friends,
That's
yes.
what I thought. Okay.
Yes.
Unless there are any more questions, we can go to Amy now.
I just have a quick comment on the Human Services Committee. The amount of due diligence that they go through making decisions about which organizations to fund is superb. They do their research, they do their homework, they interview folks, and they have presentations, and really, they do a wonderful job. So a shout out and a thanks to the Human Services Committee. Thanks.
I agree. Thank you. Amy?
Recreation and beaches. So looking back at the last year, we offered 62 programs and special events. That's a little bit more than 20 from last year, with about 5,400 registrations in those programs events, and that is about 2,000 more registrations than the previous year. Our fitness room at the community center had a little over 10,300 access scans, which is 3,000 more than the previous year. And we have about 697 active members currently that use the fitness room at the community center. So for uses at Town of Chatham facilities, we had a little over 2,500 programs, meetings, events, rentals. The bulk of those take place at the community center. About 2,300 of those are all located at the community center, and about 200 of them are outside. So at Cagle Park, Chase beaches, but the bulk is at the community center. And at our beaches, our beach gate attendants sold over 8,300 daily non-resident beach passes, 569 weekly, and 53 seasonal. That was right around the same amount as last year, but we did have a much larger online sales this past summer. So our budget this year for personnel, salaries and wages is $1,133,888. About 400,000 of that is for our seasonal workers. We have 6 full-time staff in the recreation department, and anywhere about 60 to 70 seasonal employees throughout the year. So about $400,000 of that budget is towards our seasonal workers. The main difference of the 100,000 is for obviously contractual obligations for our full-time staff, but also a significant increase to our seasonal workers. And we are in the process of evaluating that to see if we do need to increase it even a little bit more. For our expenses, we went up $3,100, and that is on our portable toilets line, and that is just for contractual obligations for our portable toilets. Everything else remained level funded. So currently, as it stands, our difference is about $103,000 this year. So for Lighthouse Beach, our salaries, Lighthouse Beach is all seasonal staff, so all of our salaries are seasonal staff there. And that's currently at $63,712. Again, we are taking a look at that currently just to make sure we are competitive with our surrounding towns, so that could go up. Our expenses line remain level funded, and so the difference is for the seasonal salaries of $8,240. And our one capital item this year is for the tennis courts at Depot Street. You can see in these pictures those used to be blue, but they're now black, so it means we're down to the asphalt. And before the weather damages the asphalt and cracks it, we want to reseal it, which will help protect the asphalt and maintain the courts for the future years. And that is around $27,500, which will mainly include the resealing, repainting of the tennis courts, new nets, and some new benches for the patrons that play there.
Okay.
That is it. Any questions?
Questions from the board? Corey?
Thank you, Amy and Leah. For the seasonal employees, specifically the beaches, not only do we have to look to be competitive, but I think we need to make sure that we're paying appropriately for the type of ask we're looking for, because lifeguards have been hard to get every year. I think we made a little more traction last year. We started in a little bit of a slump, rallied at the end, and I think we did fairly well with staffing for last season, but that's something that I think is going to be a consistent hurdle for any beach community, really. So actually, how do we stand right now with our staffing for the summer?
So it's hard to say right now because we're just in the middle of getting everyone to respond to us. They don't tend to respond. It takes a couple of emails, but we have gotten a lot of feedback. Currently, right now the lifeguards received over a 10% budget increase, and we sit the second highest rate. Is what we're promoting to help recruit and retain lifeguards. So that is already helping us. We're seeing applications come in from friends. And, a larger point is obviously, and it's been discussed, throughout the night, is the rapid decline of the numbers of youth in the town. So, we do have a lower pool of applicants that we try to grab. So the cost does help, but, it's always going to be a struggle. We are lucky that we have Kate and Quinn on our staff that can certify the guards. I think I've mentioned previously, last year he certified 17 guards for us. In previous years, we had to send them away to get certified, which means we probably lost half of them. We also started the junior guard program 2 years ago. The first year we had 1 guard. Last year we had 6 junior guards, which are 15-year-olds, so they can't be fully certified. But at 16, then they become certified. It's a feeder system for us. And this year, we already have about 5 or 6 applicants for our junior guards. So we really feel like that is helping us kind of have a great feeder system for the guards. And then, of course, obviously looking at the salaries is going to help us kind of recruit and retain these guards after we get them in the system.
Okay. Second question for Lighthouse. What is our plan coming up for this year? We looking strictly guards, monitors. What's the game plan for this summer?
So the goal will be to have the beach patrol out there. Again, you know, their salaries right now are starting at $24, which we believe is very competitive. And, you know, our goal is to recruit and get the staff out there. It's always our goal is to have them out there. And right now we're just, you know, getting out wherever we can, going to job fairs, you know, posting them everywhere. It'll be put in the Chronicle. So really just doing everything we can, and the salary will help us get there. So that is our goal, is to have beach patrol out there this year.
Okay, last question, tennis court repairs. So the community has a couple tennis courts. Some fall under the town of Chatham review. Some that are connected to the schools are going to be a different discussion, but we've had some discussions with Park and Rec about the tennis courts at the middle school, which fall under the regional agreement, which could be interesting conversations with the cost percentage, whatever. So just to be clear, so these courts are what the town, we're looking at it, we're monitoring, we're checking on maintenance, and we've identified it. So
Correct.
This is not really competing against some of these other courts like the schools, but this is on our watch.
Correct, yes. So
And,
these are under our management.
Yep.
And, you know, we don't want them to get to the level of, you know, the other tennis courts. And so that's why would like to reseal them, so.
Right, because they get to a certain point, then that simple repair becomes a very, very, very expensive
Correct.
replacement.
Yes, yep.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Stuart?
Sure. Glad to hear about we're trying to pay these seasonal folks not only what they deserve, but competitive with like communities, with like responsibilities. I just comment again that I don't think it's so much under your purview, but, you know, there's a melee of other seasonal employees scattered throughout the town that we need to address those salaries. And the numbers we're hearing were, from my perspective, not adequate. So the Stepping Stones courts, those are under the jurisdiction of the Monomoy School folks?
The tennis courts, correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I guess this is a broader question, but that's come up with a couple of different folks in town. They're really not in very good shape at all. I'm glad to see you're doing some preventative maintenance here. Did you want to chime in on that? Oh, I thought you wanted to chime in. Well, I'm struggling for how do we address those court problems in the Monomoy School District? Do we wait for the school budget to come forward with their capital requests because they're in very bad condition?
This has been brought up at Park and Rec committee meetings on at least 2 occasions. Both the superintendent and the athletic director were present at the last one. There's been, quotes to replace it, which are extremely expensive. There's definitely identification that the repair needs to happen, which is at a lower price. I mean, it's doable. I think we had one company come in with a soft quote, and then we were going to come back with a hard quote, which I don't think we received, or at least from the committee perspective, we haven't received any hard number for the repairs. But there's nothing queued up, and if it falls under the regional agreement, the cost split between Chatham and Harwich would fall into place. And of course, the conversation of, are these really school function tennis courts? Is there a benefit of the town? It becomes a very delicate conversation, which we have to have. And the courts are overdue for repair.
Yeah.
And it needs to be fixed for the safety of anyone using it, but I don't believe anything is queued up in anyone's budget, unfortunately, for this coming year.
So if I might, the first step, if I may, we got to bring it to the attention of our school committee members. So we bring them to the Chatham School Committee members, and say, hey, we got an issue, bing, bang, boom, and they're in the throes of finalizing their budget now, so this may be actually a little late, you guys, but they should be aware that this is an issue and that we want to deal with it and we want to talk about it. But that's the next step.
They're coming in next week.
Yeah, we can talk to them next week.
Yeah, okay, great. Just wanted to see what the pathway forward was on that.
Yes.
And more towards your
Yes.
interest. The South Chatham courts, how are they doing?
So where the South Chatham playground is that you're
Kitty's
referring
Lane?
to? Yep, okay,
Yeah.
yep. We actually that came up at the last Park and Rec meeting, and there's going to be a site visit to go take a look at them. And it's also going to be a part of the larger picture of our updated open space and rec plan that's coming down the pipeline. So that plan will look at all of the town's recreational facilities, evaluate them, and, get the public's kind of input about, what they're looking for, about the quality. And so we're kind of waiting for that to come to fruition, which I believe will be this year. And so those will be a large part of that plan. And the Park and Rec Commission is obviously also aware of it because we do have a site visit, because that was brought up at the previous meeting as well, to kind of go take a look and evaluate them.
And are they any sort of the 5-year capital plan for, it seems to me that,
Not currently.
no, and they're not in the outlying plan of 10 or 20 to 25-year capital plan?
Not currently. That can change with the, what comes from the open space and rec plan.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? Okay. We have one item we're being asked to consider for placement as a separate warrant article, and this is the Childcare voucher program in the amount of $200,000 to place and recommend. Is there a motion on this?
Mr. Chairman, I move to place the Child Care Voucher Program article on the 2026 Annual Town Meeting warrant.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Is there a motion to recommend?
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend the Child Care Voucher Program article.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. I'm going to do something perhaps out of order because there are a number of people in the audience here. I suspect they're here for the Eversource. Is that correct? Who's here on Eversource? All right. Okay. What I'd like to do is do the capital project article on the Center for Active Living next. I think that should be fairly straightforward. Then I'm going to take the Eversource matter out of order because right now it's listed as at the end of the agenda, and I don't want to have people having to wait. So the next item will be the capital project article for the expansion and renovation of the existing Center for Active Living, the CFAL, and ballot question number 1. Jill, who's presenting this? And it seems to me this is fairly straightforward. The board did vote to ask staff to draft an article and a ballot question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we do have a member of the Center for Active Living Building Working Group with us in the audience. And this is more of a financial article. You've already approved and seen the plans and the process. And I'm kind of stalling for a second. Terry was going to pop in here. But nonetheless, so there's 2 components to the funding for the program. One is a ballot question, which is a capital expenditure exclusion, and it's a 1-year increase to the tax rate. And with that, the total amount that is needed at this time, and I'll deviate a little bit here, the bids for the Center for Active Living renovations are due, working backwards, on March 20th, that's the general contractors, and then the subcontractors are first, and that is on March 6th. Closing of the warrant is around that same time, March 20th timing. And with that, with a capital expenditure exclusion, we have to have the actual amount in the ballot question. And that's unlike a borrowing authorization where we say, shall the town secure funding via debt, blah, blah, blah. This has a specific number. So working backwards, Carrie's found a way to transfer a portion of the needed, which is $1,880,000, portion of free cash, and a portion of closing out a few other capital articles. So the actual, and we're going to work on this number a little bit, amount needed through the capital exclusion, she has it here as $1,329,473.16. We're going to work through that. But I just wanted to work backwards that the bid in hand approach that the board had endorsed through the working group, that's our intention. It just, everything is cutting it very close. And so we want to make sure that there is sufficient funding for the exclusion and have that presented as a ballot question.
So my question is, if the bids are out right now, I understand they went out, and what if they come in at an amount higher than these numbers? What are we going to do? And what are we being asked to vote on tonight?
Carrie wants to speak to
Yes, Carrie.
So my recommendation is to go slightly higher on the ballot question and make it an even number, so it's not so, it's just because it's so specific, it's because of the transfer and appropriate from the prior year articles. So my suggestion is to go a little bit slightly higher, like do 1.5, so that we have an amount there. It's slightly higher, so it will cover any other costs that come in for the bid. And then obviously we have the transfer and appropriate from free cash for the $515,000, and then we have the transfer of the other articles. And then if we have more than what's needed, we can close out those amounts, and they'll just close out to free cash.
So we have two items. Well, let's take the ballot question first.
Yep.
Is the, I guess, the working group team, the staff, are they comfortable with 1.5? Is there any prospect that this could come in, the bids could come in higher than 1.5?
I can,
And what's the deadline by which we have to establish the ballot question?
we need to have the ballot question and the article before we go to print, so in a few weeks.
Yeah, so it's pretty close. We could probably extend it a little bit. The bids would come in, we'd have a sense of it, not necessarily awarded, but I think we can do that following Tuesday in order for the board to vote the final number.
So we're going to vote on this a second time? Is that what you're saying?
We can hold off. We just wanted to bring it to the board's attention for now. And it looks like it would be the 24th as the last date, but it's really pushing it. But we need to have a bid in hand because that's our commitment that we made to town meeting.
And the same thing would be true of the article, the warrant article, because we have to have the correct number to go in the warrant.
Correct.
You're not proposing any increases there, because these are fixed numbers.
Well, the ballot
Well, the
question.
cash, free cash.
No, I wouldn't change the free cash or that,
Okay.
the prior year articles, those are fixed.
What does the board want to do? Mr. Dykens?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman. So just run through me again, run again for us, the dates certain that we're gonna be opening bids on which date, and which date do we have an intervening select board meeting after we open bids? And do we have time then to vote, to place and recommend the actual numbers that the town will be seeing, and that will be included in what we solicit in the warrant, what we send out in the warrant? What are you asking us to do tonight?
Well, I'm asking you to hold on it until we can get a final number on the capital request,
This
because.
is evolving as of this
Yeah.
afternoon.
We
So
definitely need the number on the ballot, an exact number that we're gonna,
Okay, so filed sub-bids,
Yep.
March 6th. Then the filed general contractor bids, on March 20th.
Okay. And then, do we have a
And-
board meeting right thereafter?
You have a board,
Do we have a board meeting right thereafter?
10 and 17.
Huh?
we could, the next board meeting after that would be Tuesday, the 24th of March.
Okay, and then, when's the print date?
It would go likely the next day to the printer.
That's the
Town-
ballot or the warrant or both?
It's technically both, because the ballot question is included in the warrant.
But the town clerk has to print the ballots.
She does, yep.
Okay.
What does the board want
I
to do
think-
tonight?
I would like to place and vote the article that's going to be placed in front of the town.
Yeah, I think that's
I agree.
important, and we
So
could,
you
I don't want to do anything tonight.
Okay.
You want to defer?
I do.
yeah, and if we're,
Yeah.
well, I agree with that, yes. And if we need to have an additional meeting, then so be
We
it.
can do that.
Yeah.
We can
Okay.
do that.
Yeah, but I'm not, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we
I
kind
don't
of,
want the public to be
we need to
confused
know
by
the numbers.
anything, especially on this one.
We're very supportive of this, but we need to know the numbers. I need
Correct.
Need to hear that because the Council on Aging's meeting tomorrow.
I understand, but we're
I
not.
don't want to be unhappy.
Not supportive, we're just not going to.
And the chair is watching us. I can see she's on. She was on before. She's on now. Okay, any further comment on this? We will defer. All right, I'm going to take out of order the final item, which is G, under number 7, discussion on the reported August 19, 20th power surge and consideration of a letter to Eversource. This is a request by the Energy and Climate Action Committee, and is the chair?
Bob
or-
Wertschafter is on the phone.
Bob Wertschafter, it's your presentation, and Greg Berman, the staff liaison, or is it Terry? I can't remember. You both?
It's kind of a tag team.
Okay. So I'll turn it to whoever. Bob Wertschafter, I guess.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. There's a few slides, and I'll try to make this as quick as I can. And I can't see the slides, or so somebody's going to have to forward them, but if you could go to the second slide, I'll give you a little bit of background. There was an event on August 19th or 20th in which at least 20 homes in Chatham were affected by a grid event. There were solar microinverters and other electrical equipment, EV chargers, televisions that were damaged. As far as we know, there was no damage to any of the town buildings or solar panels. Eversource has retained legal counsel in this matter, as has Enphase, which is the manufacturer of the microinverters. The Energy Committee got involved because one of the affected residents, Jeffrey Vanacore, who I believe is at the podium, asked for our involvement. Have the next slide. Why this is an issue for Chatham Select Board? Well, Eversource and Enphase have failed to respond to the homeowners' concerns despite repeated requests. Other residents may not know that they were affected by this event. So we would like to make this as public as we can so other Chatham residents and business can check their systems. Chatham building owners should know how to protect their properties from future events. This isn't really the first time that this has happened. We'd like to get a comprehensive assessment from Eversource as to why it happened and what people should do to protect their solar systems and their other electrical equipment. So we're hoping that the Select Board would consider a role in getting Eversource to cooperate.
Okay.
So what actions have been taken? Jeffrey Vanacore has collected the names of some of the affected homes. Eversource hired an expert who wrote a report. Eversource initially refused to release the report to Mr. Vanacore, but he ultimately relented, requiring him to keep a NDA. Mr. Vanacore asked Eversource attorneys for permission to share the report, but Eversource refused. So Mr. Vanacore came to me, the chair of the Energy and Climate Action Committee. The committee met. We decided that this was a matter of concern to Chatham. We met with the town manager. and the fire chief. Mr. Vanacore met with the fire chief several times, and I've had a meeting with some of the select board members, town manager, and staff, and the fire chief. Can you go to the next slide? Actions the town residents should take. This is for anybody that hasn't checked. You can contact Enphase to see if your solar system has been damaged. And we would like to get some more information from Eversource, but on the efficacy of installing surge protectors for the home and for the solar systems. But it's unclear whether those would have worked, and it would be nice to get some input from Eversource on whether that's even worthwhile. So next slide. What we're hoping the select board will do is to put some pressure on Eversource to discuss this matter with a Chatham committee. We're hoping it would be the select board, but it could be the Energy and Climate Action Committee, or it could be the Energy and Action Committee, and I could report back to the select board. But I believe it's a big enough issue affecting Chatham, and it's a big enough issue that that could happen again. It's inhibiting the solar in the future because residents are now scared that they're going to make these large investments in solar and they're not going to be able to recover them. So those are the requests. There is a letter that was drafted. It mentioned that there was some recovery, money recovered, but the real issue is that the damages that were done, and at least some way to recover that money. So I'm bringing this up to you as the chairman of the Energy and Climate Action Committee. I know that in the audience there are a number of the residents who were affected, and you may have questions for Mr. Vanacore, who has spent a lot of time investigating this issue.
Okay. Thank you, Bob, very much. Who drafted the letter? Was it?
Well, the problem is I have two different letters circulating here.
Okay.
I have one that we wrote, and then I believe it was rewritten by someone on the town staff. So
Okay.
And I don't have them in front of me. So
All right.
I think that whatever letter you have in front of you right now, it probably could use some adjustment, but the thought is to get Eversource to come to Chatham to discuss this matter.
Okay. Well, the letter that's on the screen doesn't refer to dollar amounts. It's essentially a letter that requests Eversource come before the select board to discuss this matter. I have a few questions that they're sort of factual, but I'm going to, unless the board wants to make comment now, I'm going to open it up to public comment. And Mr. Vanacore, I think that's you, I think. Happy to hear from you, but let me ask you a couple of questions first.
Absolutely.
So I know a little bit about this because I was at a staff meeting on this with Mr. Wirtschafter and others. There's a company called Enphase, I guess.
That's correct. Thank you, by the way, thank you very much for allowing us to present to you. I appreciate the time of the select board very much.
Sure.
Excuse me, yes, there is a company called Enphase.
Were they the installer or the manufacturer of the solar panels in question, or some of the solar panels?
They are not the manufacturer of the solar panels. The manufacturer of the solar panels varies for each, for each homeowner. But each homeowner does have, and this is the item in question, has Enphase, what are called microinverters. And about 500 of these were rendered inoperable. These are about $200 or $300 a piece, all of which are now sitting in a landfill, and all of them have been rendered inoperable. So that is the answer to the question.
Is it only Enphase inverters that have been that were damaged, or?
As far as we know, it is only Enphase.
Yeah.
Remember that, by way of background, I actually went door to door looking for people, spent months finding everyone.
Yeah.
I don't believe that I found everyone. I've not been successful in finding everyone, but certainly we found everyone who's sitting over here and a number of people on the phone as well.
Okay. I asked because I was wondering if the possible culprit here is the manufacturer versus the electric company. I don't know. I'm just throwing this out.
Right.
If they're all, if the only ones that were, if the only inverters that were rendered inoperable were from one manufacturer.
Correct.
So it's a curious point.
It is a curious point, is one that we are certainly investigating. I think the weight of the evidence certainly indicates that Eversource is likely a significant source of the issues that we're encountering, and that's why we want to talk to them.
And Dean, if I could
Yes, Bob.
interject something?
Yes, Bob.
There was damage to more than the inverters. There was
Correct.
an EV charger, there was at least
Okay.
one television.
Okay. I
Right.
heard you. Okay, thank you.
That is why we think that it more likely than not is Eversource, because we have 500 of these devices.
Yeah.
And then we have in the audience, we have Mr. Chima, who's sitting here, had a stove, a computer. Mr. Gagan, who is sitting behind him, had air conditioning equipment. Mr. Campbell over here had an EV charger. We've got lots of other damaged equipment. So it's I think that the weight is we're certainly looking at Enphase, but the weight is with Eversource at this point.
Okay, and my second question
Sure.
to you is, I understand there was some activity at the Department of Public Utilities, the state. What can you tell us, enlighten us a little bit about? I know a little bit about it. I'm not sure the whole board knows about it.
Sure. It's really a very long discussion, and obviously we don't have the time tonight, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. Eversource monitors their equipment through something called SCADA, which you're probably familiar with. And that SCADA system is a very old system. It's not meant by design to get robust amounts of information. So what Eversource has told the Department of Public Utilities, which very well may be true, is we don't see anything that happened. We're not seeing anything on our end. Enphase is also saying we're not seeing anything on our end as well. But here's one thing we know for sure. The Easter Bunny didn't deliver this present to 20 residents, right? All of this didn't happen because of the residents. That we know for sure, right? We have 20 geographically dispersed houses that have various equipment damaged, and there's no indication whatsoever that it's a failure of our electrical systems. It's not a failure of our equipment. We know for a fact that it's either Eversource or Enphase. That we know for sure. So to answer your question, Mr. DeCastro, what Eversource told the DPU is, we don't see anything. And so what the DPU took from that is, well, and I'm happy to get the full select board, their report, which is very short. It's actually just a simple email. What they basically said is, well, we don't see anything. We don't have any basis to go forward with respect to the solar issue, because we only filed this with the DPU solar division, right? There's a special solar division that is governed by this 200-page tariff, which I had the pleasure of getting familiar with that I didn't even know existed until now. And this is the document that they're relying on just in the DPU solar division. So this is not before the full DPU, and there's a lot of additional facts we don't yet know. So I thought what was appropriate here is to bring it to the select board's attention and see if we can get some movement there, because what Eversource has done is they simply will not respond to the homeowners. We have tried and tried, and what they do is they've hired lots of lawyers. They're very good at that. Those lawyers have put up lots of roadblocks, and one of the most interesting roadblocks I think they've put up, and Mr. Wirtschafter went through this before, but I think it bears note and a little bit of emphasis, is Eversource hired an expert from Boston to come to our home and meet with me and two of my fellow homeowners on Labor Day, along with the head of engineering. And they drafted an expert report. That expert report, they refused to give me for a month. I fought over and over to get that expert report. They made me agree to confidentiality, and they will not allow me to disclose that expert report to my fellow homeowners who should see it. And just yesterday, for the 6th time, I emailed their lawyers and said, I'm going before the select board. Can I show the select board the expert report? The answer was no. That is simply outrageous. It's nothing short of outrageous. You cannot be a utility operating in this town and not provide information to the residents in the select board. So our ask here, just to be clear, and I know our time is limited, our ask is very limited of you. We are asking for very little, I think, respectfully. What we're asking for you is you to send this letter, and Bob and I talked about this morning, asking the most knowledgeable person at Eversource, not a talking head, not a lawyer, but somebody who knows what's happening, to come before the Energy Committee, not you, not taking up your time, not burdening you with additional administrative burden, but come to the Energy Committee and answer their questions. And then Bob, as he sees fit with his committee, will report back to you. That is all we are asking tonight. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Thank you. Unless you have, I started by interrupting you.
Sure.
We can obviously request that they come. We can't compel them to come. We don't regulate them. And in the past, when we have asked them to come, they have come.
Correct.
For us.
And I have certainly evaluated that risk. I full well know that they may not come.
Yeah.
But won't that say a lot if the Select Board of Chatham asked them to come and explain why hundreds of these microinverters were destroyed, hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage, 20 solar systems taken out of commission that we know of, the consequence that more people may not get solar, right? They may not want to make that investment, as Bob mentioned. If Eversource decides not to come, that's going to tell us a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that should probably color how the Select Board views them going forward.
We have ongoing matters with them, and so they have been cooperative in the past. We had them come and talk with us about responses to storms and that sort of thing. So with that, I mean, Corey, did you want to say something?
I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. I think the letter itself is not a heavy lift for us.
No.
It's a very straightforward request, and you're not asking us to get involved in litigation or anything like that. It's a simple, it's a very straightforward public request from our citizens to the entity. The expectation is this entity is lawyered up, and they are not going to come forward and speak if there's any sense of litigation. So I think we just got to be realistic with the expectation.
I'm okay with the concept of sending a letter.
Yeah.
Might want to tweak it a little bit because, we don't have the data as to whether, quote, an event occurred. I don't dispute what you're saying, but I might want to just qualify it a little bit. Go ahead.
If I may, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
One thing that's important to realize is the manufacturer of the microinverters does have the data, and they have offered to turn it over to Eversource, and Eversource refuses to engage with them. As far as I know, obviously I'm not on these calls, but I know for a fact that the microinverter company, Enphase, sent an email, because I'm on that email, to Eversource saying, we have all this grid data. We know exactly what the voltages were. We know exactly what happened, and we'd like to give that to you. Can we have a dialogue about that? Eversource wouldn't respond. And the reason they probably didn't respond would be my guess, is because that data is not good for them.
Okay. Jeff?
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of signing on to a letter. Again, I think it needs a little wordsmithing, but not much, and I think the avenue, the process, if you will, of going back to ECAC is the right avenue. I think that's fine.
Thank you.
I think the issue is clearly there was an anomaly somewhere in the grid, and our folks suffered, from that anomaly, and we just want to know, number one, what the etiology of the anomaly was, and can we get a surge protection system individually or somewhere else, to prevent it from, should there be a future anomaly from messing up our solar systems are going.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dykens. I appreciate that.
And Eversource, ought to be better behaved.
Correct. And a few notes I think I want to make on what you just said. Our ask is really only A, B, and C. What occurred to the extent knowable, and there are two versions. The version I have that I prefer actually has a little bit more on A, B, and C, but let me just illustrate it real quickly. A, what occurred to the extent knowable? If it's not knowable, then we understand it's not knowable. B, how it can be prevented in the future if knowable. And then number C, or letter C, which I've met with the fire chief on 2 occasions now with some of my fellow residents, is that we're safe. That's actually the greatest concern here, because I've emailed both Eversource and Enphase and asked them to represent in writing that there is no risk whatsoever, and they've not been able to do that. And that is a serious question. I've also met with the fire chief, and I certainly don't want to put words in his mouth, and he is on the call tonight, but it's my understanding that he's not able, and I respect that, and I think he's right, that he's not able to give us the all clear, that, hey, this event, you're perfectly safe, you can sleep at night, don't worry about it. That's a serious concern. When you have this many volts, remember, these are class 3 devices that have their own surge, but let me just grab it real quick. If you'd like to see it, I'd be happy.
Be careful.
Pass it around. This device has its own, there's one of these for each panel. So we have 500 of these between the 20 homeowners. Each one of these has its own built-in surge protector that can take up to 275 volts before anything even happens. We already know we're well past 275 volts. It doesn't take an electrical engineer to realize that when you get over 275 volts, you have the potential for real trouble.
I have two quick follow-ups.
Sure.
Just geography. No rhyme or reason to the geography locally, and how about surrounding towns?
On your first question, it's throughout Chatham. I've not done a pinpoint map, but it's all over Chatham. And then with respect to your second question, which is a very interesting question, the CEO of my generation, who I've talked to extensively and who's been very, very helpful, I just want to put in, Mr. Wade, I want to put in a good word for him. He's really been very helpful to me, I think to most of the homeowners, is that he has observed, according to him, and I don't have firsthand knowledge of this, most of the things I've told you today, I have firsthand knowledge, this one I don't, but he has told me that this event has happened before in Brewster and Eastham, or at least something similar to that. He actually gave me a printout from 2021 that I'm happy to share with you and happy to put into the record, where the event was 322 volts. That should scare everyone on this committee because, on the select board, because even though you may or may not have solar, you certainly have electricity. And this is not, I want to emphasize again, this is not just a solar event. There's lots of equipment that has been damaged. And like I said, it doesn't take an electrical engineer to realize 322 volts is not a good thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stuart?
I fully support the letter. And
Thank you.
the only question I had, you're going to wordsmith this, I guess, Dean.
Well,
maybe.
I just really, we can't quote demand, and that doesn't say demand, but I want to kind of smooth it a little bit, and I don't want to make assertions that the select board doesn't have
know.
evidence.
Yeah.
We haven't researched it, so when they say what occurred, I'd like to say what might have occurred, something like that.
Okay.
But I think if the board wanted to authorize the chair and the town manager to work this, or the staff, whatever.
That's fine with me. I was going to also add, or I was going to ask, this draft letter says, "Dear Eversource." I see that going like nowhere. Is there a nothing like holding somebody responsible?
Sure.
Is there someone we can?
I've communicated on a daily basis since August 19th and 20th, literally every day, with the two lawyers there, John, who goes by Jack, and Ashley Martin. They're at the law firm that represents Eversource in all of their utility matters throughout the state. I've gotten to know them quite well. You could easily send the letter to them, and I would be happy to
Maybe
get.
it should be sent to them rather than CC to them.
You can easily send it to them. If I can just say one thing that's important, the most important part of the letter is that you request, respectfully, you request that the person most knowledgeable comes, because otherwise they're just going to send a lawyer and we're going to do the same thing. Bob's committee, the Climate Action Committee, I think everybody really wants real answers. What I like about this, doing it this way, is it doesn't burden you with getting prepared for that meeting, questioning them. And we thought, Bob and I thought long and hard about that, because that way it makes it easier for you. And then you can get the summary version, right? You don't need to be in the weeds on every single issue. You can let Bob's committee do the work and then report back to you. So we thought that was a good way to alleviate some of your administrative burden.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
The other thought I had was, do you think there's any value in copying the DPU?
Sure, absolutely.
So somebody that,
Absolutely. I know them well, too. I can easily get you those addresses.
Great, thank you.
Give us the contact on that.
And thank you very much for your time. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, sir. Tom Gagan.
Thank you, Dean. What I'd like to impress the board with in terms of the effect of this power surge is that it also affected our house. Barbara and I, we live on Joshua Jethro, right around the corner from Jeff when he was starting to do his investigation, is it affects motherboards, and this is an example of the motherboard. We have a central air, and there's two larger versions down there. So to connect this with Eversource, which is the question, and was it just a power surge or was it a piece of equipment, we hired a local company to come in for our HVAC system. They came in when we found out from Jeff that there was an issue in the neighborhood. So this is after, the event took place in August. We lost our air conditioning, and so we started looking around. And when you try to go to a company in August telling them you have a problem with your air conditioner, you know what that gets you. They finally showed up, the air conditioning company, and they reported to us the loss of 3 motherboards in this unit. So that question, how would this happen? I mean, I could see a motherboard going, or it was old and it was defective. So Barbara and I asked the question of the heating company, HVAC company, if they would do some investigation. And they said that, I purported to them that maybe there was a power surge. Could that be what effectively blew out these motherboards? So what I have, and certainly willing to share it with the board at one time, or certainly with the Energy Committee, they reported to me, the company that came and repaired it, that they met with and talked with the engineering company from Mitsubishi, which was the manufacturer of the unit that became defective. And here it says in an email from them that it was done, the equipment is likely from a power surge from the utility company. So Mitsubishi reported to the repair company, and they put in writing that it was very likely that you lost all of this technology because of a power surge. I think that's important for the town to know, in the fact that not only the effect that this has on what we do in terms of our present energy equipment, but it wasn't just the solar. And Barbara and I have solar on our home, and it wasn't affected. We have computers in our house, and they weren't affected because we have power surge units in the office to take care of that, a buffer. So it was very select with this particular equipment on those particular days because there was no energy surge protection for that. So I'm just trying to let you know that there's a lot of stuff that was affected by this power surge with some documentation from the manufacturer that in fact that probably was the cost.
And those motherboards are pretty expensive.
And if the board needs a copy of that email, be glad to.
Thank-
And
thank-
thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else want to speak to this? I think the sentiment is that we're going to send a letter, something along the lines of that draft that's on the screen. I'll work with the town manager and staff, and maybe we'll also consult with Bob Wirtschafter, run it by him. Is that okay, Bob? Mr. Wirtschafter?
Sorry, that's great, yes.
So do we need to take a vote? I'm happy to,
I think we have consensus here, big time.
okay,
I mean,
probably best to take a vote.
Okay.
Just to.
I move that we write a letter to Eversource and you guys draft it and have, empower the chair and the town manager to draft it and we'll sign it and get it out there.
We'll all sign it?
I'll sign it.
I'll second that.
Yep, I'll sign it.
Moved and seconded. Okay, call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Sorry you had to wait. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Mr. Vanacore. Mr. Shell, nice to see you. Okay, we're now on D3, floor treatment replacements, municipal buildings, the community center, town hall, and police station. Who's doing this? Terry Whalen? Yes.
This might be Jeff.
Excuse me, can we go outside, please, everyone? Can we go outside, please? Thank you. Terry,
Move it along.
That was good, taking that.
we'll try to take all these votes before 8 o'clock.
That was good. No, you.
Okay, so I
You
don't,
left. Not a soul left. Just Katie. All right. Yeah, you're on, Terry.
okay, thanks, sorry. I was just making sure that you're,
I'd like to try to get Yeah,
all of these done, so.
Yeah, again, I think
we
this
have
one.
5 votes on these.
Sure, this one, I think, again, is pretty straightforward.
Go ahead.
The request, so basically, this is, kind of has history with some previous articles and some previous requests where we've combined the remaining projects that need to be completed for the floor treatment replacement, basically going from a carpet to a hard surface. So in this proposal, the article would fund the change out of all the carpeted areas at the community center, the police dispatch, the entire area of dispatch, and then town offices, remaining carpeted areas that have not yet been converted from a few projects. So, so that grand total of square footage is approximately 21,700 square feet. We've just completed some projects, so I have the math in there where we assumed a $22 per square foot value, came up with a total project implementation costs, and then put a 10% contingency on that. That resulted in a grand total of $525,000. We do have some funding still left over from an article that was for some flooring at the town hall. So we already have 50,000 of that still available. And then the request is for $475,000. And the director of finance is here if you need any information on the rationale on the nature of the article being free cash.
Has this gone before finance yet, finance committee? Yes. Carrie?
I don't.
Or is it Thursday?
Scheduled.
They see this one tomorrow.
Okay. Thursday, you mean?
Thursday.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
that's
Yes,
it.
I'm sorry, Thursday.
Any comments on this? This is a freestanding article for floor treatments for $475,000.
Well, believe it or not, I do have a comment and a question.
Stuart is first.
Oh, no, go ahead, Stu. No, Stu, go ahead.
I think you hit the green button.
Okay, well, I might have had the green button for, so it's going to be a hard flooring versus carpet, get it. Is it a plastic material that looks like wood? We can refurbish, we can buff out, wash and buff out and wax and make it look really pretty. I just had really good experience at the hospital laying down laminated flooring that looks great because they wash it and shine it all the time. They have this machine that goes and buffs it and stuff. Phenomenal. So
It's a product we've
getting?
been using at, we've put it through, again, the testing, if you will, so we're using it at the Council on Aging, we've got it at the DPW area, and then also a couple applications that are brand new, essentially, in town offices area. So again, we're looking for the longer term, maintenance as well as the health benefits and just ease of care as well versus carpeting and shampooing and cleaning rugs, those types of things. So
totally in favor.
Stuart.
Yeah, I fully support this. One question, couple of questions,
Sure.
though. Are you worried at all or concerned? And I like the hard flooring idea, but is it going to be loud, do you think? Like at dispatch, is that going to, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, dispatch, so, I mean, our experience, I can't speak to any interference with equipment or anything like that, but,
No, I'm thinking just.
use it firsthand at DPW every day. I mean, there's a lot of, people coming in and out, and I haven't noticed
issues.
any problems with that.
Okay.
The chief, actually was part of the, making this request to make that changeover.
Sure.
So,
And lastly, town hall isn't going anywhere. The town offices are going to stay probably at 549 for the foreseeable future. Is there like a capital plan for your other improvements? Like you've got bad windows, you've got bad siding. I mean, we can paint that thing to death, and I mean, eventually it's going to need a more thorough siding.
I mean, we haven't done, typically we would do some type of building assessment for that, and we haven't done that looking at it in total from that perspective, from the shell, from the windows, we would probably, look at that from a perspective of energy conservation and do that, but there's no project right now on the horizon for that.
Well, I would suggest that it somehow get on a capital plan because, I was looking at, I went in to get my agenda and the siding, how many times you paint that, it's never going to adhere. I mean, Mr. Pomeroy could weigh in on that. And the windows, of course, aren't, they're not even high-performance windows, so they're no good. And you'd probably do them both at the same time. But it should, that absolutely needs to be on a capital plan somewhere.
Sure. Yeah, and I think if, not to take too much time, but again, I think if you see the work that was done on the, with the redo of the restrooms, probably bringing that finish through the rest of the building. And again, getting away from the historical materials as well. So that's been, will give us the longer maintenance and everything you're familiar with on the working group.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you, Terry.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? If not, can we have a motion to place?
Move to place.
Is there a
Second.
Moved and seconded to place. I'll call the roll. Ms. Dykens, Ms. Davis.
Yes.
Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Is the motion to recommend?
Move to recommend.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the roll. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. And so, Carrie, now you have several here. The PEG, Public Education Government Cable Access Fund, Stabilization Trust Fund Appropriation, the Expendable Trust Fund Retirement, and a new grant match fund, and the Sewer Capital Transfer from Wastewater Capital Stabilization Fund. Do you want to take us through these?
Yes,
If you
thank
can
you,
do that within
Mr.
10
Chair.
minutes, we can have 5 votes on this.
Okay. Similar to last year, the PEG access funds, those are money that we receive from Comcast that go to public education and government, and the public portion is to go to Cape Media, where we have our contract with them. So this is the money that we've taken in 2025, and it's held in the amount of $76,458, and that will need to be appropriated to fund the Cape Media per their contract.
Why don't we take these one by one? So there is an article proposed for the PEG, Public Cable Access and Technology, $76,458. That's the article. Is there a motion?
Move to place.
Second.
Moved and seconded to place. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Is there a motion to recommend?
Move to recommend.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The next is the Stabilization Trust Fund appropriation.
Yes, that's correct. This is sorry, I don't have the article right in front of me. I want to get to the article. This is another annual article. We didn't do this last year because we were at around in between the 3 to 5%. So stabilization, according to our financial policies established in 2012, stated that we should have at least a balance of 5%. I believe it states 3 to 5%. So regardless, right now, we're slightly below that. This will bring us in just above 6%. It will be a transfer from free cash in the amount of $330,058. And also a transfer from an old article in the amount of $19,942, Article 14, that was done in May of 2011. This was actually an article that was from the capital stabilization, and we're going to put the money back in there because it's no longer needed. It's just been sitting on the books for a long time, so it's just cleaning it up and putting it back where it belongs.
Is this the rainy day fund?
This is like the rainy day fund, yeah.
Were any of these taken up by the FinCom today? Or?
Yes, they voted to approve all of these.
Okay. If there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion to place.
Move to place.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Is there a motion to recommend?
Move to recommend.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next is the Expendable Trust Fund for Retirement.
Yes, this is another article that you've probably seen in the past. It's funding the retirement account where we pay, when somebody retires, their accrued vacation and sick time to not overspend our operating budget. The account currently has $64,000 in it. This is just to kind of true it up a little bit more, so it has, with $50,000 added to it. We had a few retirements over the past few years, and this is where it's typically paid from. So I think when I first started, there was like $140,000 in here, so it's
Okay.
depleted a little bit.
Move to place.
It's moved. Is there a second?
I guess,
Second.
Any discussion, questions?
I guess two things. One, I'm long gone, so I guess I can vote on this.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And,
There's no benefits paid out of this.
oh, good, all right. And secondly, where did we pay these funds from before we had this account?
That I'm not sure. You probably used your regular operating budget. I don't say that I don't use the operating budget. If there is a retirement that comes through where we can absorb the amount, it will get paid out of the
Right.
operating budget. If it's not absorbable, it will come out of here.
So there's no other account that we drew funds from? I'm just curious.
No, there isn't, and I think we seeded it with free cash a few years ago.
Great, thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, we'll call the roll on the motion to place. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Is there a
Move to
motion?
recommend.
Move to recommend. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith? And
Aye.
the chair votes aye. Next is the Grant Match Fund. This is a new one.
This is a new one. I am making this recommendation, so that way there is a fund that we can use when a department wants to apply for a grant that's a matching grant. Because when we build our operating budget, we don't have the funds there if somebody needs a 25% match for a grant. So, for example, if we need matching funds for a dredging grant, it just gives us leverage that we can provide that when we're applying for the grant, that we do have funds available to use. And that's, that helps us be able to get the grants when departments apply for them.
Sure.
I don't have any issue with this in theory. I can see the rationale for it. However, I am concerned about the town kind of like slipping into committing themselves to grants, and we don't fully realize or understand the ramifications of accepting those grants. So, and from my opinion, that's occurred, but I don't think it gets vetted well enough, and I'm looking to see that, this matching would be somewhat, well, it'd be.
It's not a lot of money.
It's
to
not a
start
lot of
with.
money.
It's not.
Yeah.
Because I was more concerned about some other things that were coming up when going through the budget process. And I feel like if a department were to use these funds, it would be required that they go and ask the town manager and possibly come in from the select board and ask to use the funds before it just gets approved to use them. So,
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about that, Jill? Because I'm worried about currently you would sign off on these. And I'm just looking to vet some of these more thoroughly. I know you do, but I'm thinking more of a public vetting like here at the select board. And does that mess up your process?
I don't think so. I mean, we should know a grant deadline well in advance so that if there needs to be a presentation noting that there is a certain percent of a local match and what it means in the future, kind of like your donation acceptance policy. So that was
Right.
back in 2011 or so. I don't have any issue with this. It's just, it will be onus on us to make sure that the departments applying for the grants or submitting them has enough space in that submittal period to bring it to the select board.
Yeah, and, I mean, and you're reviewing them, so you're probably aware of red flags that are committing us to, a process that we may not like. And I'm thinking of, I'm thinking of a couple of departments that concern me. So, if that could happen, that would be helpful. I fully support the article.
Yeah, and I think it's more like Seaport Economic Council. I mean, there's
Yeah.
some big ones. And then there was another grant, a federal grant for us to get the surf boat that we actually went to town meeting because
Right.
it was $250,000 to get that matching grant part of it. So I don't know if Greg's still on, it doesn't happen a lot, but it mostly happens with natural resources
Yeah.
grants.
Yeah, and we've vetted those grants in the past to the point where we've actually had to have a dialogue with the issuing agency saying, hey, listen, we're not going to sign off on these provisions. And some would say, well, you're not getting the grant money, and others wanted to give us the money, and we were able to negotiate with them. And I'm thinking specifically around the waterfront and committing or keeping local regulatory control over the waterfront, which the town has had a history of striving for successfully.
Yep.
And it goes back, 60 years, well, even further. So I just want to kind of carry that theory forward with these other departments. Thanks, and I support it.
So we can sort of by consensus stipulate that the town manager will bring these before us, just as we did with the waterfront bond projects. We made clear that those had to come before
Yep.
us before they were spent.
That'd be great.
That's for us. We don't have to send that to town meeting, but.
Great.
Okay, is there a sentiment on that, of consensus?
Yes.
We'll report that in the minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Move to place.
Move to place, there's a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Is there a motion to recommend?
Recommend, Mr. Chair.
Second.
And we'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The last one is the sewer capital transfer from the wastewater capital stabilization fund. Carrie?
Yes, so this is an article seeking $2 million from the wastewater capital stabilization fund to cover costs for Article 18 that was voted in 2017. These are for costs that were not covered by the Clean Water Trust for design and engineering, bidding costs, utility relocations, sewer easements, filing costs, and there's other costs that are not covered by the Clean Water Trust. This has also, the article kind of changed a little bit over the years because it was done in 2017, not to mention the inflation costs that we've incurred. So therefore, I'm requesting a transfer of $2 million to come out of the wastewater capital stabilization fund. How the article was actually written was to have an additional cost to come out of this article, from this fund. There's currently $4 million in there, and we'll be getting another 1.5 this year. And we just deposited $400,000 from the town of Harwich into this fund.
Motion, vote to place?
Second?
Okay, moved and seconded to place. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion to recommend?
Yeah, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it, right?
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the Lease-to-Locals program, which was requested by Board Member Davis. This was continued, we had an initial discussion about it on October 14th of last year. So I'll turn to Shireen, ask you to
Sure.
enlighten us on it.
I'm going to have our housing director make a presentation for us, but in the meantime, I just wanted to sort of introduce this up a little bit, that, this is, again, one of the housing tools in our toolbox if we're to consider this program, and it would be to fund a lease-to-locals program, which would have specific parameters around it, where the money would come from, who would be eligible for this, and so forth. There's several towns that have adopted this program with some success, and there is some cost to it, obviously. We're hoping that we'll be able to fund this through the Attainable Housing Fund, which would limit the income restriction on who would be able to benefit from this. But in the meantime, I guess, Gloria, you could probably spell it out for us if you don't mind, and I'd appreciate you putting the memo together.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Shireen. So I'll do a really brief summary. Shireen actually did a lot of research on this in the fall when she first presented it to you. There's several communities on the Cape and Islands that actually do a quote-unquote lease-to-locals program. All of them are administered by a single company called Placemate. And the programs, have various parameters for what they look for. Different towns have different income limits for tenants. When I put together the table that's in your staff report, I tried to pick a program that to me made the most sense for Chatham as a comparable. And Eastham and Orleans do a joint program. So I put details of those programs into a table for you. As kind of the base of what we're looking at. And then to the right in the notes column, I added what other towns do where it differed. A lot of these things are very similar from town to town, and then a few things are different. Income limits can be different. Having rental caps or not having rental caps is different. It's all spelled out there. Basically what it involves is the town provides a financial subsidy to supposed landlords. Now, these are not landlords that are currently renting to year-round residents. The idea behind this program is that you take current short-term rentals or maybe properties that aren't rented at all and pull them into the fold so that they're being rented to year-round people as a way of increasing the supply of year-round housing without actually building more units. It's been fairly successful, as Shireen mentioned, in some towns more than others. Orleans and Eastham just started the program less than a year ago. I think they have 9 participating properties. Provincetown started a year and a half ago. It has 51 participating properties, which is pretty high for the towns on the Cape. It really involves a commitment from the town to subsidizing these rentals so that it makes it more feasible for people to rent year-round as opposed to making more money through short-term rentals. And as Shireen mentioned, there are different ways that it can be funded. Ideally, we would use the Attainable Housing Fund, which is a dedicated account specifically for projects up to 200% AMI. It's a really good funding source because it doesn't actually impact the budget. It's an account that collects short-term rental tax revenue, 1%, on a quarterly basis. And right now it's, accumulating money waiting to be spent on attainable housing projects. Earlier in the meeting, Dean had mentioned that it has approximately $3 million. It's about $3.1 million. But don't get your hopes up because we're probably going to be using some of that for stepping stones and definitely in the future Old Harbor Road. So even though it's there, we have a lot of attainable housing projects in the pipeline. With this, I will open it up to questions. If you have specific questions based on the staff report, or if you have questions on how it's administered. I think I came on pretty strong in the staff report saying we can't just join Eastham and Orleans. Like in some ways it makes the most sense because demographics and rent-wise they're very similar to us. But like everything, we have to go through a procurement process, and it's possible that Placemate will put in a proposal and get selected. It's possible someone else will. Are there any questions, or do you need further clarification on anything?
Gloria, I wanted to ask a question regarding the subsequent years. Was the first year is calling for $312,500. What happens in the subsequent years?
So every year, there's a set amount that would be dedicated to subsidizing properties. Right now, if you look in the table, Eastham and Orleans give a one-time rental subsidy. And for a lot of property owners, that's enough to get them over the hump. So you give them that subsidy 1 year, and then they go on renting without the subsidy. Some towns like Provincetown and Nantucket do 2 years of subsidy or 3 years of subsidy. The idea is that, every year you would pull in new properties potentially to do this.
Okay.
But it is an annual fee. But it's not an annual fee. It's the annual cost to subsidize these rentals.
Okay. And Is it your thinking that that Chatham would be better off just running our own program? Or is that asking too much at this point?
No, so I don't think it's asking too much. So my initial instinct was, we already have 2 neighboring towns that are doing this. Why not, if we go through the procurement process and placemate selected, why not just jump onto that program? It's already developed. It's going to save us some costs in administration. It's going to save us some costs in developing the program. So from that perspective, financially, it's a little bit better for the town. In my opinion, the biggest strength of that actually is that it really fosters a regional approach. So people can potentially live in Chatham but work in Eastham, or live in Orleans and work in Chatham and still qualify for the program. If you look at other towns like Provincetown or Nantucket, I mean, obviously Nantucket because the island's the town, or Chilmark, those are towns that if they're participating in the program, the people have to live there or work there. Whereas if you join with other towns, then all of a sudden your applicable area is larger. You know, you might find a really great rental in Eastham, even if you work in Chatham, and that could work with this program.
Okay, Shireen, you wanted to add?
Yeah, I did want to add a couple of things because we went back and forth on the idea of the Orleans-Eastham partnership. Ideally, if Harwich had a program, that would be our sweet spot right there because we share a school district with them.
Right.
And I think that we could do a lot of cross-beneficial kind of programs with Harwich that we're not doing, such as like beach permits and things like that, you know, just because we align with their school region. However, they don't have that program right now, but we could, you know, offer it to Harwich residents if we wanted to, or people that work in the school district. There's a lot of different things we could do. But with the sweet spot about this, one thing that we'd have to do is enter into a municipal agreement with those towns, obviously. That would have to happen. But the sweet thing about this is, if you look at the AMI designation, this really aligns with municipal workforce salaries and as well as teacher salaries. And this is really where we are struggling, especially as a community, to find, you know, to find and retain, you know, people in the community. So, so in saying that, I mean, I'm open to doing a pilot. I mean, I could go either way with whether we do this just strictly to Chatham or we not. One of the other points I want to point out is, if we do the residential tax exemption, this kind of incentive for somebody who owns 2 homes and they have one as a rental property, this could help offset that tax differential that they may feel. So that's kind of a benefit as well, if that goes forward.
Okay.
Okay? So there's a couple of added-ins that I wanted to get in.
I think if we're going to go forward with this, we're going to have to give some guidance to the staff.
Sure.
What type of article to draft for town meeting. I had a question. If we use attainable housing funds, we have to go to town meeting to get approval. That's a simple majority vote. But it says if we use general funds, a supermajority is required. Why is that? Is that correct, Carrie? Well, it seemed to me that would be simple majority also.
Say that again? What was the simple majority
It says,
difference?
it says general funds could be used with a supermajority vote at town meeting.
General funds.
I would have thought it'd be majority.
It's not a,
Simple majority. Do we?
It's a simple majority if it's raise and appropriate or free cash.
It's coming out of the Attainable Housing Trust, correct?
Well, that's one option there that's suggested in the memo.
Okay.
And it says that would require a simple majority vote. But then it goes on to say general funds could be used with a supermajority vote, and I'm not sure why.
I don't know where they're going to come from the general fund, but I suggest using the Attainable Housing Trust funds.
Gloria, do you know where that came from?
I wrote that, I could be wrong. I just thought it required a 2/3 vote to expend funds.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I think she was using it as a hypothetical more
Okay.
than, I think the recommendation is that
Okay.
we go with the attainable fund.
Well, what would we like to do with this? I mean, I don't know if, I see the chair of the housing partnership here. I don't know if you wanted to say anything, Carolyn. or anybody else who's still on.
Hello, Carolyn McClellan, South Chatham. I just want to voice support for this program. I think it's interesting because it kind of models this rental assistance programs we have for the lower AMIs, and we're supplementing them, and this is just targeting that next higher demographic. And it would be wonderful to do a pilot program, see how much interest there is. If any interest would reap a reward. And also, just to point out, we have so much housing on the horizon locally that we're planning, and also regionally, being able to get a placeholder for these people to hang on, where, if they're in critical housing, obviously they're going to leave, they can't stay, they got to leave. If we can keep them here a little bit longer, and maybe as we have more housing that opens up, they'll be able to take advantage of that. I know when the rental assistance we have for the low AMIs, that's usually a 2 or 3 year commitment. Probably approximately the same amount of money. They don't give so much upfront. They do so much a month. They do $300, $400, $500 a month, different programs. So it comes out to dollar-wise about the same the same figure that you're talking about. But I would 100% support this. Anything we can do, try and see if it works.
Well, thank you. This has had some success in other towns. So the Eastham Orleans program, which began in July of 2025, has 9 participating properties between the two towns and 24 people housed. Provincetown began the program in April of 2024, 51 properties participating and 78 people housed. So, it has some merit here, and just in terms of the evidence. Corey?
Just one small question. This references to studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. Aside from a door and a window, which specifically identifies a bedroom, is there any minimum square footage for what that bedroom should be? Because there's a lot of old camps out there that are 3 bedroom, but they're 1,200 square feet, and there's 3 bedroom houses that are 4,000, 5,000 square feet. So I'm just trying to just understand if there's ever been any discussion about that element.
So I haven't seen any programs that put a square foot minimum on bedroom size. I think that that's all determined by the Board of Health and what constitutes a bedroom. So the one thing that all of these other programs have in place that Chatham would have to put in place is a rental certificate program for these properties. So right now we have a rental certificate program for short-term rentals, but this would require us to have the same kind of review and evaluation of rental properties as we do for short-term rentals.
Then follow-up question then. Yep. Do we need any extra staff, or would this fall under the proposed staff for the short-term rental that we have already in place?
I would assume that the rental certificate program that's in place for short-term rentals could add, X number of long-term lease-to-local rentals to it.
Okay, thank you.
Stuart?
I was ready to make a motion if you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion that we endorse this program and fund it through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
And
Attainable housing.
I'm sorry, attainable.
And and that would.
As recommended, is that what you're?
Is that okay?
Yes.
Is that as recommended? And that would include instructing the staff to draft an article so we could place it in timely fashion on the town meeting warrant.
Yes.
And I think when it comes to the idea of who we partner, I think if it comes to the idea of who, if and when we partner, once this is probably the funding is appropriated, that's when you can fine-tune the program a little more to, do we want to partner with Orleans and Eastham, or do we want to do a pilot program
Okay.
for 1 year? I'm not asking for the select board to commit to anything right now because it's very new.
Yeah.
But I think they both have merits. It's just where we go from there.
And we can refine it a little bit when the article comes before
Right.
us.
Right.
So it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you very much, Shireen.
Thanks. Can I
Yes.
make one more request about this? So if this warrant article is actually funded at town meeting, I would request another meeting with the select board so we could start to make some decisions about this, because if we put out a request for proposals for a project administrator, I think it would be important to know some of the parameters that we want to do, and if we really want to do a Chatham-specific program, or if we want to take the program parameters from Eastham and Orleans. That'll impact the RFP. So we should have another discussion if we get funding at town meeting.
So this would be right after town meeting, not before town meeting? Okay, yes.
Correct.
We can do that. Okay, and thank you, Gloria. The last item on the agenda is a discussion on, Chatham Home Ownership Opportunity Program, the Chop House deed restrictions. This is, I think, an informational thing, but it's quite a lot of good information in there. This has also been requested by Shireen Davis on a couple of occasions, so
yeah.
Shireen will turn his turn.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I'm going to send it over to Gloria for the presentation. There's been a lot of interest on deed restricted properties, especially around the Chatham Home Ownership Opportunity Program houses and properties. What we wanted to do is Gloria was laid out a pretty specific sort of like scenario of what something like this could look at. We've been talking about deed restrictions in Chatham for a long time. And again, this is another tool in the toolbox if we do proceed with this. But I think when the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Committee brought it up, and so didn't Debbie Aikman was present for that. We invited her because she had expressed interest in an agenda item request on that. So I'm just going to let Gloria give us an overview of what you made that presentation for, and again, appreciate the staff report.
Okay, thank you. All right. So this is a lot of information, as was mentioned. Since I've been here, people have been talking about the CHOP properties and the fact that the deed restrictions are expiring. And, what can we do that to save them? Can we purchase deed restrictions, new ones on them? And so starting last fall, actually the end of last summer and into the fall, we worked with Barrett Planning as a consultant to look at the CHOP properties. I had some really specific things that I wanted them to look at. We wanted to see the differences in the deed restrictions between the properties. We wanted to see how those deed restrictions worked with respect to like area median income or the value of the property. We just wanted like a really good overview of every house and every deed restriction. What we found, and a lot of people already knew this, is that originally there were 32 deed restricted properties. They were all at the time, quote unquote, affordable, like that capital A affordable, 80% AMI and below. The deed restrictions at the time in the 80s were written for a horizon of 40 years. So at the end of 40 years, the deed restriction was given a quote unquote certificate of compliance, and it was then, no longer a deed restricted property. So we haven't actually hit the 40 years yet. It's just a couple of years away. But in the meantime, we've lost several properties, they've quote unquote dropped out of the program. That's happened in a number of ways. The way the deed restrictions were written, if a property goes into foreclosure, the deed restriction doesn't survive the foreclosure. I think we lost 3 properties that way. The other, I think 11 or so 8 more we lost just because there's a real process and procedure for the state, the EOHLC, not the town, the state, to determine what a reasonable sale price is. They have a right of first refusal. They have to find an eligible buyer. And it's possible that when these properties came up for sale, either the EOHLC decided they weren't going to pursue keeping them deed restricted, or perhaps they didn't find a buyer in time. But in any case, some of those properties dropped out of the program in that way too. The good news is that 5 properties actually sold, went through the process, and got a new deed restriction. And now since the 80s, a lot has changed with the understanding of deed restrictions and also the ability to do deed restrictions in perpetuity. So 5 units were actually resold and given what's called now universal deed riders, and those deed riders are in perpetuity. So some of the properties dropped out, some of the properties have new deed riders in perpetuity, but a full 50% of the properties, 16 of them, have never sold. So they have their original deed riders, which are going to start expiring in another 2 years, and at this point, when people ask me what we can do to save them, I think that realistically, most people who live there are savvy and understood that their deed riders were going to last for 40 years, and they're probably, waiting out the 40 years to sell their properties and potentially retire. Or maybe not sell the properties, maybe just stay there with an undeed restricted property. So in order to make the potential purchase of deed restrictions palatable, one of the things we asked consultants to do was look at all of these deed restrictions, look how each property is restricted at what AMI, and let's figure out the gap between the market rate sale price and the sale price at that deed restriction, just so that we can have a sense of the number or that gap, so that maybe we could potentially price deed restrictions in that way, so that if we were to offer a deed restriction, it wouldn't really cost anyone anything. It would really be like almost a 1-for-1. So as you saw in the spreadsheet and the consultant report, that was really unrealistic. And we had a feeling it was going to go this way. So the gap was so expensive. It was like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's not really feasible to pay that much for a deed restriction if you're thinking about doing a number of deed restrictions, either on the CHOP properties or townwide. And remember, anytime we do a deed restriction program, we would have to go through the normal procurement process. We'd have to put out an RFP asking for proposals for people who want to sell us deed restrictions. And, we may capture some of the CHOP houses. We may not. We can capture other properties throughout town, but it would be a townwide program. It's not targeted at any particular neighborhood. So anyway, so armed with that information, that to do that kind of 1-for-1, this is exactly what your deed restriction is worth, understanding that that's way too much money for the town to spend, we started thinking about, well, how else can you do this? And there's a few ways. So you could do just a random value deed restriction. You can put out an RFP that says the town is willing to pay $150,000 for deed restrictions. Do we have any takers? And you may get someone or a couple of people. The other way to do it is by potentially doing like a higher AMI. So people can sell it at a higher value because it's worth more, because it can go for a family at 200% AMI, and then that maybe makes it a little bit more palatable. So that's a way to do it. I know Nantucket does a program similar to that where they do year-round deed restrictions. They don't have a set limit, like they didn't put a cap on it. They didn't say, oh, we're going to pay $200,000 or whatever for it. They basically said, whatever it takes, like the least amount of money that we can pay to meet the program's requirements is what we're going to pay, up to a maximum of 20% of the fair market value of the house. So when I think about that, I think that probably they're always going to be paying 20% of the fair market value, because who's going to negotiate down when they have that kind of upper limit? And Nantucket also puts a 240% AMI restriction on that. And they put out, actually, they just started their pilot program. They put out an RFP a couple months ago. They received 6 responses, so 6 people proposed to allow the town to buy a deed restriction from them. As it turns out, 3 of them, the proposals didn't qualify, but it was more because of the wording in the RFP, which they're changing and they're going to reissue. The other 3 qualified in that respect, but they're in the process of income qualifying them, right? Because if you put a 240% AMI deed restriction on your house, you have to meet the requirements of the deed restriction. So they're in the process of income qualifying 3, and also, like I said, putting out the RFP. So we'll get more information in the next month or so with how that works out. But the other way, which is new from my discussions last week with the Housing Partnership and the week before with the Affordable Housing Trust, is that we can also do year-round housing occupancy restrictions, which is allowed through seasonal communities, which was adopted by town meeting in 2025. And so those deed restrictions would not have a limit on the AMI that a household made. So it could really be any AMI. It gives us a lot more flexibility, which means you wouldn't have to income qualify people if people were willing to sell the town a year-round housing occupancy restriction. As long as they lived there year-round or rented it year-round, it would work without any regard to income. Just another tool in our toolbox and something to consider. I think I went through enough. I'm wondering if there are any questions at this point.
Shireen, what would you like us, I know it's there's no draft motion, or, well,
There is.
there's a suggested motion that, no, there's no actual motion. What would you like the board to consider doing?
Well, I think this was for informational purposes right now. I mean, we do have somewhat of a draft motion in the back. I think that I'm open to hearing any questions that anybody has. Maybe we can, if we wanted to try to do something for town meeting, this gets revisited once Gloria hears the feedback and comes back with a more fine-tuned proposal. That might be the best way to do it.
My overarching comment was that because we have 2028 coming up, and these restrictions are going to expire.
It's timely.
Timeliness is important. There was something in the memo about a townwide survey of property owners, and I think that's probably a good first step. I don't know who conducts that survey. Is it the town, or do we?
So we talked about that, yeah, and I don't know if it could be facilitated through the Community Housing Partnership or staff just directs it with our communications director. I think it's entirely up to us how we do that.
I know back 10-plus years ago, they did the senior center, as it was then called, Council on Aging oversaw and the staff, a survey. It was done through the Collins Center.
Yes.
They got a 32% response, which was very good.
Yeah, it is
So I think we had to pay for that, didn't we? Yeah. So anyway, I think that's a good idea. Corey?
No, I was going to say I'm supportive of this. I mean, I remember, this is going back several years, sitting down with Debbie Aikman and former Selectman Florence Sheldon about the chop houses.
Yes.
We were looking at, can we try to purchase the deed restrictions and all kinds of other scenarios. So this conversation's been going on for a very, very long time. So any ideas or traction that we can move forward to kind of start addressing the things that are clearly on our radar, I think is to the benefit of the community. So if no delay on my part, I want to kind of move forward and see what we can kind of craft and position ourselves at the best possible outcome.
Thanks. Shireen, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if Jill thought this was capable to be done in-house, a survey. And whether.
So I planned on pulling together the survey. I think we can do it in-house.
Yeah, we just need to regroup with Gloria and Shauna to make sure that it's, with our population too, it can't just be like a survey monkey. There's probably going to have to be a written component. And so we just have to map that out.
I think that's one of our motions then that we can put together. And I'll make that motion now, and then we can continue conversations about next steps.
A survey.
That we put a survey together to assess how do I want to put this? Well, the
Inventory, is that what?
Yeah, inventory, yeah. And actually, I think within that survey, not just an inventory, but just a desire of homeowners that may be interested in a program like this.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay. Call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brian?
Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. The people that live in those houses have done a lot for this community and contributed a lot to this community, and I think it's, I think it's a big success. We've had, at least 16 families living here for 40 years contributing, and I'm glad that their deed restrictions are retiring and that they get to, pass their house on to their kids and stuff like that. So I think they deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
I just want to make sure that the public knows this isn't going to be a mandatory thing. Would be voluntary. So it would
Right.
be anybody that was interested in it, not that we're forcing it down one neighborhood's throat.
Before I call the roll, I just want to thank Debbie Aikman for staying on top of this. She has emailed some of us multiple times on this over the years. So call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens? I'm sorry, Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That's 4-0. One last motion for the night.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second that?
Moved and seconded. Call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. We are adjourned at 8:37 PM. Good night.